A little bit better. I have soup. Hey, Oni. I have soup here. It's okay. Yo, what's up, man? Just chilling, boys. Just chilling. I might do fucking... I don't know. What?
You have an incomprehensible amount of brain damage. I can't even begin to understand how someone as carried as you managed to find your way out of your fucking bedroom without dying by slipping on the fucking floor. You have absolutely no idea what the fuck you're doing, and I'm going to intend to show you that. You are a disgrace to all of Tekken. You are an embarrassment to your entire family. Your lineage will cry via the fact that they have been exposed to your subhuman level genetics. I will end you before you even began. I have a time machine. I will go from the future and delete you in Minecraft. That was a joke. You have no idea what I'm capable of, you stupid bitch.
Okay. Thank you, Quincy. This shit was funny as fuck.
Absolute fucking embarrassment. Unable to punish a single fucking low? So you play like a coward the entire match? Do you understand what fucking level of Kekkei Genkai I have unlocked? As soon as you are within a 200-mile AoE of me, I will fucking spot your ass and I will lock the fuck on. You have no idea. This Lars' ass? I don't understand how he fucking breathes. Unimaginable. Actually,
I like stuff like this. I find it funny.
Another one of your
do you agree?
Fucking disgrace.
This shit is funny, bro. They might try to cancel him though. Medusa, how do you deal with Azuka? I don't know, bro. It's when I win too much, they don't rematch. That's my only fucking issue in the Azuka matchup, is not getting rematched anymore. Just don't take your turn all the time, you know? Just wait and see what they do. It's really easy. Oh my god, what the fuck? And that was a disgusting round. Oh, when is this bitch coming out? Yeah, Lars is fucking bullshit, bro. I don't respect Lars. Even Alex Jones commentates on on a Sonic Fox, bro. This is Alex Jones, man. What the fuck? Nike hires non-binary furry to be face of ads campaign amid slump in sales. So they have less sales. Slump in sales means they want to compensate, right? So they are selling less and they say, we want to hire this non-binary person to help us get more sales. Is that correct? Yo, you better. What's up? I don't think this is gonna work, you know. What the fuck is this outfit? I swear I got brain damage from this outfit. What the fuck? Man, it looks like the FGC is starting to come into contact with people outside of the FGC. I don't think this is gonna be so nice. Like, they will be a bit upset because, like, most people don't like this stuff. You know, only in the FGC this is, like, normal and... That's why I'm looking at the comment section right now to see how the vibes are. Reading the room. Looks like they don't like it. Have you listened to the new Skylit song? No. Maybe stop charging 250 euro for foam runners. 250. This is retarded. This is retarded. And I explain to you why. They say he is part of the Black Eye Club, but they don't realize he's training and having sparring to prepare for a fight. It's like showing Mike Tyson having a blue eye, bro, while he's preparing for a fight. That's just dumb. That low, he doesn't need it. I don't know why he has this. It's only minus 12. Do you agree? No reason for him to have that. Legit. And the soup comes from hell. Why doesn't it get fucking cold? I'm waiting for 10 minutes. What the fuck is this damage? What the fuck is this damage, bro? Yeah, I feel a bit better. That is insane. That combo isn't easy. I don't doubt it. Like, this butterfly loop maybe is not so easy. Black Ops 7 campaign is legit. This is Black Ops 7. What is this retarded shit?
Did she just fucking turn into Captain America? Did she just turn into Captain America? What am I playing?
What the fuck is this?
Harper? Maybe we could talk this out with a fucking kaiju-sized person.
What the fuck is that?
What am I playing? Oh my god, brother. This is not fucking Call of Duty, man.
Eh?
Kill the giant, okay?
What in the dog shit is
Yeah.
this, bro?
Ah.
Why does everyone pretend to be a pro player in this community? Oh yeah, this is a big one. I agree. Everyone is now a pro player and one of the best players in the world. And I don't know, man. The next knee. People are getting delusional because of Tekken 8, and I said this before. I said this is gonna happen. The skill level of people did increase, but it's not like everyone is a pro. Did the skill level increase, or is the game just more broken and it makes bad players look good? %90 of the opponents I fight against, they have no qualities. I don't think they became better. I think they just adapted to Tekken 8. Mr. Beast opened a park, Beastland, in Saudi Arabia. Okay. Why not in America? Surprising. He has a point. Oh, the Miyari-Zu shit is coming out slowly. Man, do you think Miyari-Zu is gonna be okay? Or will we curse? I'm afraid, man, of Miyari-Zu. You know what pisses me off about her? I don't mind it if she's in the game. I mind it that she replaces Ogre. That's the only thing. That did not have to be. One of the easiest gods you got. Okay. What is this dog shit? This fucking motherfucker can't walk? What the fuck's that? But that is the shittest fucking robot I've seen in a while. What the fuck? How embarrassing.
Внутри 19...
Okay, Russians can't make fucking bots.
More in the last 6 months, I have seen more anti-Semitism on the right than at any time in my lifetime. It is rising on the right, and it is dangerous. And if we look away, if we refuse to denounce it, if we are scared of it, it could destroy the Republican Party just like it has destroyed the Democrat Party. I think we have an obligation to stand up.
Medusa, did you learn this conspiracy stuff on the internet? Man, I don't know how to explain this. I don't know how to explain it. Let's just skip that question. Medusa, go follow Duke later.
There's a videotape testimony.
What were the non-Microsoft browsers that you were concerned about in January of 1996?
That month.
Yes, sir.
And what about it?
What non-Microsoft browsers were you concerned about in January of 1996?
I don't know what you mean concerned.
I can see in
What
his
is it
eyes
about
that
the
he's
word
crazy.
concerned that you don't understand?
I'm not sure what you mean by it.
The Justice Department has charged Microsoft with engaging in anti-competitive and exclusionary practices designed...
A lot of people forget about this. But this like anti-Bill Gates shit is older than fucking 30 years. You know, that's fucking ages ago that people hated him. And they accused him of being some sort of Satanist and shit. What the fuck is that?
See Patrick.
No, you're disgusting. You're like a pig. Look at you. I've never seen anything so disgusting in my life.
Disgusting?
Disgusting.
It's sexy Patrick.
Man, I feel bad for her somehow a little bit, but how can you dress like this? What the fuck? Okay. Why would you do that? Who the fuck is that? That ain't Trump. What? Why is this? Look at how straight his face is. Like, he doesn't have this kind of face. Huh? That is a double, that's not him. Bro, that is not him, bro. I swear that is not him. That's so obviously not him. Who the fuck is that? Yeah, that ain't him, bro. Bro, the posture isn't right, the shoulders isn't right, the whole fucking body composition isn't right. He doesn't have a belly anymore all of a sudden. His face is way too young somehow. He doesn't have like these heavy wrinkles. And it's like someone pulls someone's face from behind. Nah. That ain't him. That ain't him, I don't give a shit. Same with this guy, bro. I tried to explain this also before. I said, bro, there's like multiple iOS versions of Biden. Like somehow he's like sometimes looks like this. And then his eyes and nose change. And then sometimes his ear changes. And then it becomes round again. And then it becomes fucking attached to his like chin. Like here. And then it is round again. And different eyes. Yeah, you can't, like, I don't know, bro. Maybe I'm crazy, but... Yeah, this is not him. This is not him. This guy here. That was the guy we just saw in the video. That is not him, bro. Yeah, Biden has multiple versions. It makes sense to have doubles, if I'm honest. On this level, it just makes sense. That's not so far-fetched.
My fellow Americans, you deserve the truth, and I know you can handle it.
My name is Jonna Mendez, and I was chief of disguise at the CIA. One of the things that was going on when I was chief of disguise was an enormous research program into a new advanced disguise system. It was basically the masks that everybody always wondered if we used masks, and this was the beginning. This is a series of photographs of when I met George H.W. Bush in the Oval Office and revealed to him that I was briefing him wearing a mask.
Wait a minute. She is the former CIA chief of disguise and just showed us pictures where she is in the White House with Bush and shows him a face mask. Okay.
Now, in particular, and regarding this photograph, it is a Getty's image photograph. If you go to the link, you can see the photographer, all those kinds of details, who took it. So what is the anomaly with this particular photograph?
Oh shit. That is a mask. That is also a mask. That is definitely a mask.
Do you have any people paid by the CIA who are working for...
That mask is insane.
television networks?
What? That mask is insane, bro. What the hell? I couldn't tell. Nah, I couldn't tell. Imagine she had like a normal, she would disguise it and shit. You couldn't tell, bro. Could you tell this is a mask? Yeah, they probably have way better ones.
Television networks. This, I think, gets into the kind of getting into the details, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to get into in executive session.
That is a mask.
Or
was a big challenge to come up with something that finally actually animated and worked to really fool a person, but we did.
They learned the art.
We actually brought Hollywood back into our labs at one point to look at what we had done, and they were stunned. They're absolutely stunned.
Congratulations.
My husband was Tony Mendez, and he was played by Ben Affleck in the movie called Argo.
Aliens and robots?
Yes, sir.
You're telling me that there is a movie company in Hollywood right now that is funded by the CIA?
Yes, sir.
Are there many actors in Hollywood who also moonlight as agents, do you think?
I think there are probably quite a few, yes. I think probably Hollywood is full of CIA agents, and we just don't know it. And I wouldn't be surprised at all to discover that, this was extremely common.
Tony, they didn't mention it in the movie, but Tony had deep connections to Hollywood, to the tradespeople out in LA that did a lot of things we were interested in doing. Special effects people, makeup people happen. It's what we do. We put on performances. And before we start working on that performance, we have to define the stage that the performance is going to take place on. Then you have to know who your audience is. Who are you playing to? Who are you trying to fool? Once you assemble those two pieces, you can pretty much choose the time and choose the place and simply overwhelm them with your performance. Then they showed us some tools that they used. The one that really caught our eye is what's called a stunt double mask. You all know how they're used. When the movie star is so famous or so good looking that they can't risk damaging him, we liked the idea of stunt double masks. They're quick on, they're quick off, allow you to get... They're good enough that you can brief the President of the United States in the Oval Office wearing a mask. And he isn't sure if it's you or if it's someone else. Those masks were the beginning of a whole new generation of work that we did at the CIA. Once we could make these masks that fit you so well, then we discovered we could make a twin. We could make another you. There could be two of you. We could actually make 5 or 6 of you, but usually one extra was all we needed.
We will respond accordingly.
Yeah, I am 100% sure that there is like multiple versions of Biden. 100%.
God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
But that's only the tip of the iceberg. As longtime CIA lawyer John Rizzo tells it, the relationship between the spy agency and La La Land is quite cozy. In his new book, Company Men, Rizzo said...
William Casey. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. Let me do an early life check. William Casey, Central Intelligence from 1981 to 1987 under President Ronald Reagan. Casey did give speeches to Jewish organizations, the American Jewish Committee, on topics like international terrorism, and he had professional ties with Israeli intelligence. Of course, he has. And the early life never disappoints. Of course he has. Why wouldn't he?
In research.
Former Vice President at Pfizer, Dr. Mike Yedon. Okay, before I believe this, I need to fact check this, if that is really him or not. former vice president of Pfizer. Dr. Mike Yedon. Hey, this is legit. He served as the vice president and chief scientist for Allergy and Respiratory Research Division from the mid-1990s until 2011 when Pfizer closed its research facility. Okay. Okay, that person here is real. I have seen also a picture. Now let's see what he has to say. He is really the former vice president.
If you followed me, you'll know I spent over 30 years in research in the pharmaceutical industry and biotech. I trained in toxicology and I worked with colleagues designing experimental molecules that we hoped would become medicines. That gives me the credentials to stand, as it were, in the shoes of the designers of these vaccines and answer the question, what were you thinking when you made these design decisions? Now, you can go and watch any of my interviews, but I'll cut to the chase. And you may not believe it, but I am sure, not slightly, but sure, these materials were designed intentionally to harm, maim, and kill, and to reduce human fertility.
Bro, listen. This clip here alone, if someone says that you are a conspiracy theorist and blah blah blah. This is the former vice president of Pfizer, and he is saying, I am 100% sure this vaccine was designed to make you infertile. Just, you can show this to someone. How is he gonna refute this now? Is he gonna say, no, the Pfizer vice president is gonna... Why is he lying, or it's not real, or...
That is my verdict. And I can stand it up in Supreme Court in Costa Rica very shortly, and I'll be using exactly this argument, but I will give the detail. That's the first point. So don't take these injectables. Don't take the next lot either. They will also be designed to harm you. All mRNA-based materials are dangerous. Don't take them.
That's crazy. Nächste Woche frei. Keine Ahnung, Bruder. Wenn ich nicht besser werde, dann nehme ich mir frei. Warte ich schon mal ein bisschen Schokolade und sowas. Did Sora become better, by the way? I didn't see Children of Men, no. But yeah, I'm not surprised. They always show what they want to show in the movies. Wow, that is a Jewish man.
Because many people are not in a position.
Let's see what the Jewish man has to say.
Okay, yeah, let's talk. Come on, Dan. He wants to talk. So please, share with me what you said. It's better for the country to kill the babies?
Yes. Because many people are not in a position to have babies and to support them.
Okay, so the solution is to kill them, you're saying?
You say kill.
Well, what is it?
What is it? It's an abortion. You know what it is.
Yeah, so what are you doing, though? What is an abortion? Tell me what it is.
An abortion is preventing the birth of somebody who cannot be taken care of.
Okay, so the solution is to kill babies, sir? That's what you're saying? Sir, repent for your sins and
Yo. What the fuck?
Round one. Fight.
But this bitch is gonna fuck us all. Racist seeds.
How do I slap my belly?
Shut the fuck up,
What the fuck? That was random.
You know, I reformed the Israeli economy. It wasn't quite socialist, but it was semi-socialist, and it was hitting rock bottom. So I introduced something called free markets, or as it's commonly known, capitalism. And everything soared up. Israel became a global high-tech power. Tel Aviv now is, the skyline changed. We had one skyscraper 20 years ago. Now we have a forest of them. And you know what? Inequality went down because people joined the job market. So everybody's income rose and the disparity between the rich and the poor actually declined sharply. So socialism doesn't work. It's a good line that brings you right deep into into a hole, and you have to, it's very hard to dig out from under.
Amazon Prime documentary.
What I put into my mouth. I can control what I feed to my child. I can control how I grow my food and if I want to spray pesticides or not, but I cannot control the experiments over my head.
Within an hour, it spreads out, it creates a blanket.
We're in a war. This is a war against me, you, our children, our grandchildren, and generations to come. This is war raged upon us.
These programs consist of spraying tons of patented aerosol pollutants into our skies without public consent. This includes aluminum, barium, strontium, and more.
It's targeting your food, your water.
Don't you get tired?
It's coming in multiple different ways.
No.
If people want to know if this
I
is
always
a real
enjoy
thing,
this.
States have bills to ban it.
I think there are now 32 states that have taken an attempt at this. This has become a huge issue.
If your average citizen knew the truth of what's going on and what they're being exposed to without their consent, they would be outraged and they would take action.
Nah, they wouldn't. They don't care. Yeah, most people don't give a shit. Okay, that looked fire. That combo was sick. I wonder where Hitler has this from. The Roman salute, right? But his was a bit different. I wonder where he has that from. Hey Medus, you saw that they want to bring back Wehrpflicht for 18-year-old guys? No, I didn't see it. But, thank God I'm 30. I would never fight for this country. Would you? Like, dying for Israel is not on my bingo list. I can't be asked. I hate the leaders, bro. I don't hate the country. I hate the leaders. Because Germany is actually sick if they don't destroy it. Germany is really cool.
And living my best life in these white boy frat houses. I was shopping at Rainbow. I was eating buffalo chicken wraps every day. And I had a roster of guys that I would rotate through. So it's like...
What?
Oh, sometimes it like literally hurts my heart. And when the nostalgia is that...
That is the wife of this like vivid fucking guy? OMG, man, what? The fuck? Man, stay single, bro. Thoughts on German food? What is German food? Everything in Germany, like, I don't really think German has good cuisine. They really don't have good cuisine, they don't have. Like, food-wise, Germany is really mid. Really, really mid. I think I've never went to a German restaurant. Like a German restaurant. I wouldn't even know what to order. What, potatoes and sausage? Wehrpflicht für die älteren Jahrgänge kommt 2027. Hä? So when I'm 31 years old, they want to send me to military. I swear I chip. Or I refuse and then I say to them, yeah, send me jail. It doesn't matter. I don't die for Israel, man. Leave me alone. What the fuck is that ass? That's a weird fucking ass, bro. Just say that you're trans. I heard you can't get out of the situation even if you say you are transgender. They don't care about this shit. Sofern du deinen Wehrdienst nicht an deinem 18. Lebensjahr geleistet hast, aber es wird nur jeder 15. eingezogen. Und selbst dann kannst du immer noch verweigern. Ich werde 100% verweigern. 100%. 100 Millionen %. Ich bin nicht behindert. Dass ich dafür so irgendwelche Juden... Nee. Lass mich in Ruhe, Alter.
I think that I'm gay because I'm with a trans woman because yes, she originally. A lot of people question my sexuality because they think that I'm gay because I'm with a trans woman because yes, she originally was a man. We all know that.
He looks gay, I must say. Doesn't he? Like, if I wouldn't see this transgender person and also he wouldn't talk about this, I would still assume he's gay.
But truly, in her.
Like, even that look here, like a straight guy doesn't look like that.
But.
Look at this, bro. At this gaze. Bro, a straight person don't look like that.
Truly, in her heart.
Yeah, he's gay. What the fuck?
Woman, so therefore I feel I am straight. I've never seen a photo of Elena before she was transitioned. No, I have not.
Do you want to?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's do it because I love you and it doesn't matter. I love it. Let me see it. Yes. Look.
Bro, his head is about to explode. Look how embarrassed he is, low-key. Bro, low-key, look how embarrassed he is, bro. His head is exploding. He fucking looks like a tomato.
Like, for real, what is the world coming to? He's not gay, but he likes a woman that was a man in the beginning. That makes you gay. Sorry to say.
And always puts it into perspective for me when it says in Islam that... Oh, what the fuck? Why is she so hot? Wow. Hot, man. Anyways, that men imitate women and women imitate men is a sign of the end of times. That's crazy. Isn't she beautiful as fuck though? Man, I gotta slide in those DMs, bro. What the fuck? Does anyone have the name or the Instagram or... Nadine Ayub. Wait a sec. I slide in those DMs. Smoothly. Nadine... I found her. Holy fucking shit. Okay, she's not that hot. Never mind. Something masculine about her face. Alright. Not my type. That picture though, like, was insane. Over 50,000 aesthetic surgeries performed in Israel since war began. Okay. I guess it's all nose jobs, right? Man, they shouldn't be allowed to do this. I feel better. We need to know for research. Yeah. No, I researched. Also, she has 1.5 million fucking followers, bro. I have 15,000. She's not gonna see my DM anyway.
You want it or you don't have to?
Don't let these children alone with this fucking faggot. Fucking pedophile bastard. It's a pedophile, bro. Hä? Why the fuck is young fuck now also doing this shit? Last week it was Kanye West, do you remember? Same exact fucking camera angle, same fucking rabbi, same translator, same chair, same hand pose, everything. One, I can't believe this. What are you doing there? Why is he... Okay, the next Young Thug album is gonna go platinum, bro. I call it. Remember Young Thug, guys. Remember Young Thug. Next album, bro. Double platinum, gold, everything, bro. Did you know that she is a pedophile? Naomi Campbell? That was it's weird to know. Now that the Democrats are using the Epstein hoax involving Democrats, not Republicans, to try and deflect from their disastrous shutdown and all of their other failures, I will be asking Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice together with our great patriots at the FBI to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement and the relationship with Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, JP Morgan, Chase and many other people and institutions to determine what was going on with them and him. This is another Russia scam, with all arrows pointing to the Democrats. Records show that these men, many others, spent large portions of their life with Epstein and on his island. Stay tuned. So now that they release stuff about him and Epstein, all of a sudden it's not a hoax anymore and it's real. And he's gonna now investigate as a counter move the Clintons on Epstein. Because he is getting investigated. What the fuck is this, bro? They threaten each other to expose each other, man. Yo, Soyoku, what's up? Is that picture AI? That is not a real person. You can't make me believe this is a real person. That shit is AI. OMG, this is Medusi's type. No, it's not my type. I just acknowledge that this is artificial intelligence. It's too perfect. It's too perfect. Either heavily edited, but even when they are edited, they don't look AI. This looks like AI generation. Battle... Call of Duty. What the fuck is this shit? Man, I don't like this. I don't know, man. This is really dog shit, man. It's a mod. Oh, we have been gaslit. Okay then. It is a mod, it is a mod. What the fuck? What? Oh, that was tight. Oh shit. Yo, that looks fun. This sequence here was insane, bro. Here, bam, under it, under the tank. That was mad.
The number of Muslims in New York has gone from 10 years ago, 100,000 Muslims, to 1 million. Yes, the demographics have changed. The people of America has not changed so much, but the demographics have changed. That's what happened. And also large numbers of conservative right-of-center people have left New York, moved to Florida and elsewhere. You had a totally different demographic. That explains one of the reasons this vicious, communist, racist, Jew-hating, Israel-bashing monster was elected. And what's frightening, though, there's a huge danger that Jew hatred and Israel bashing has become a badge of conscience and enlightenment. There's been a moralization and legitimization and mainstreaming of bigotry against Jews. Bigotry is disguised as principle. Hatred is baptized as virtue. Hostility to Israel now indicates decency and high morals. We at the ZOA will fight these dangerous and monstrous lies with all of our hearts and souls. No appeasement, no conciliation, only a war against this racist hatred of the Jewish people. As Barbara Tuchman...
What the fuck was that?
...of the Jewish people.
What? I gotta listen to that one more time.
Hatred of the Jewish people. As Barbara Tuchman said, the rule of human behavior is that yielding to an enemy's demands does not satisfy them, but by exhibiting a position of weakness, it augments the enemy. It doesn't terminate hostility, it excites hostility. Our Torah teaches us to fight Jew hatred, be strong, proud, and powerful Jews, work to strengthen the Jewish state, raise proud Jewish children, give them a Jewish education, attend synagogue, build Jewish institutions, and tell your kids to marry Jewish people. Reduce the amount of intermarriage. We need more Jews, not less.
If a white person would have said we should marry only white people so we don't become less, they would say this is racism.
Almost 32 years, okay? I've never met one genuinely good man. Every single man I have encountered has done something absolutely horrific and minimized it. Every single man that I've encountered is a liar, is a perv, and does not see women as humans. Every single man that I've ever encountered is so far up the patriarchy's booty butt. They genuinely think that it's okay for them to not grow past the mental age of 12. They genuinely think...
Why do women hate men so much nowadays? It's so stupid. Holy shit. What the fuck? Oh. That is some serious skill. We are so big. I didn't finish it, no.
Protected legally. Once people feel empowered and protected legally, you are going to have schools, universities, and colleges are going to say, you want to come to this college, buddy? You're going to get vaccinated. Lady, you're going to get vaccinated. Yeah. Big corporations like Amazon and Facebook and all of those others are going to say, you want to work for us, you get vaccinated. And it's been proven that when you make it difficult for people in their lives, they lose their ideological bullshit and they get vaccinated.
That's exactly what you meant when you said making it hard for people to live without getting a vaccination. You affected people's ability to work, travel, be educated, to actually flourish.
How is this guy even still alive? He deserves to... I don't know. No? I don't think he should be alive.
In American society, to self-determine, as we're all given God-given rights. Shame on you. You inspired and created fear through mass mandates, school closures, vaccine mandates that have destroyed the American people's trust in our public health institution.
Like, imagine being such a psycho I don't know what to say.
Became the 200. So yesterday, after the House of Representatives reopened, Representative Adelita Grajova of Arizona became the 218th and final signature on the discharge petition. She joined all the other Democrats as well as 4 Republicans, including 2 who hate President Trump and would like to destroy his presidency. That would be Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene, as well as Lauren Boebert and Nancy Mace.
Bro, the thing is, this guy, yeah, is only about optics. His setup is the best I could imagine. His sound is insane. The camera movement and everything. It's like there is a whole ass production team here doing all of this. It's not like him just sitting there and doing this on his own. It's impossible. He always has the best setup. What race belongs to this guy? Jewish. Joe Biden is the #1 suspect to be named in newly released Epstein files. Where are these Epstein files? The newly released ones? Or are they getting released, or what's going on? This seems to be like happening now. So they're gonna release some sort of Epstein files again. Yeah, Ben Shapiro, that was funny. Oh, why does it matter who killed JFK? Or he says like this is, yeah, USS Liberty is not so important, it's too long ago. Even if Israel killed all these people and lied about it. And then in the same breath, he's gonna talk about the Holocaust. Yeah, but the Holocaust is even longer ago. Why? Like, okay, JFK is too long ago. Should not be investigated. Epstein is too long ago. But the Holocaust is obviously not too long ago. Like, if you don't give a shit about our fucking problems, then why would we give a shit about yours?
Largest skin bank in the world? Yeah, you learn something new every single day.
The world sees Israeli actions for what they are: barbaric, hateful, cowardly war crimes.
Because the doctors can now take organs, you know.
Man, drones are something else. Oh, this is the guy behind OpenAI, right? I didn't know he had a husband. Did you know that? He is gay and Jewish. I ain't gonna lie, she looks Jewish also. Everyone is gay. Boah, that symbol. I didn't see that for such a long time. SmackDown versus Raw. This shit was so cool. And the music. Oh, this shit is sick. Man, we had a sick childhood, I swear. Like, the people that are now 30, they had a sick childhood. Our childhood was so sick, man. Trans Awareness Week. Trans Awareness Week? Heh? Is that new? I thought they have a month for this. 8 PM Dragon Ball Z, exactly. 8 PM Dragon Ball. 3 PM Naruto. Then you had Inuyasha. And you had Ranma 1.5. And then you had fucking One Piece. You had bro, you had even Simpsons, bro. Simpsons was so fucking sick. My uncle watched Simpsons with me. An awesome Jew. Young fuck seeks blessings from Rabbi Pinto. Why would a gangster rapper from America need the blessings of a rabbi? Kanye West's newly announced show in Mexico has already sold 95% of tickets available. I wonder what's gonna happen with Kanye after doing this, like, whatever he did there. With Rabbi Pinto. Does he have a new album coming, or?
These are videos the FBI has worked hard to make sure you haven't seen. They're from the Google Drive account of Thomas Crooks, the man who on July 13th, 2024, showed up at the Butler County, Pennsylvania fairgrounds and tried to assassinate the frontrunner, Donald Trump.
And look what happened to our country.
Where the fuck is this coming
Probably 20
from?
million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
That day, Thomas Crooks came within a quarter inch of destroying this country. And yet, a year and a half later, we still know almost nothing about him or why he did it. That's because, for some reason, the FBI, even the current FBI, doesn't want us to know.
What's up?
Yeah, this makes the situation unbelievable. You get shot and then you stay on the stage, not knowing if there can be another sniper or not. You're currently there and you got, like, someone tries to assassinate you. It doesn't work apparently. And then he still waits there on stage and has a performative like stunt where he shows you his fists and says fight, fight, fight. Yeah, but who is supposed to believe this? I don't know.
Since
he's not scared. Like, he's so sure that nothing is gonna happen.
Part of their investigation, the FBI has claimed that Thomas Crooks acted alone and that he was a virtual ghost online with no presence at all. Their only substantive claim about Crooks's motive was that he was a right-winger. We learned that from FBI Deputy Director Paula Bate, who said this to Congress just 1 month after the attempted assassination.
Something just very recently uncovered that I want to share is a social media account which is believed to be associated with the shooter in about the 2019-2020 timeframe. There were over 700 comments posted from this account. Some of these comments, if ultimately attributable to the shooter, appear to reflect anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes, to espouse political violence, and are described as extreme in nature.
The social media account that Bate was describing was Crooks's YouTube comments. When the FBI made that claim, we had to take his word for it. We have no way to check, but now we do. In September, we obtained hundreds of comments from Thomas Crooks's YouTube account. Since then, we've gone to great lengths to verify that they're real. We can now confidently say they are. These are genuine, written by Thomas Crooks. But although Crooks's comments are interesting and give tremendous insight into why he did it, they're not the only story. The other story, in fact, the far more significant story, involves the government, the DOJ, and the FBI, which have hidden from the public what they know about Thomas Crooks. The purpose of this report is to reveal details of Crooks's social media accounts and to confront a series of key questions. Why is the FBI keeping Crooks's views a secret? Why are they ignoring congressional subpoenas to divulge information? Why are they pretending that there's nothing to see here? And more than anything, what are they hiding?
Wait a minute. Isn't Thomas Crooks Thomas Crooks is Jewish, by the way. So how is his motivations anti-Semitic if he is Jewish? They said that, right? They said anti-Semitic theme something something. The guy in the beginning said that. But he is Jewish himself.
Our findings, it's critical to establish how we obtained the comments and how we know they're real. In late September, we received a tip from a source. He told us he'd gained access to some of Thomas Crooks's accounts. He'd found these accounts by utilizing tools commonly used by private investigators. The key lead was Thomas Crooks's phone number. That was published in documents obtained by America First Legal. That phone number led our source to Thomas Crooks's primary email account, tmcrooks7@gmail.com. That in turn, he linked with more than a dozen other accounts. That list includes 2 foreign encrypted email accounts, AmericanGamer@gmx.com, a German website, and bcook@mailfence.com, a Belgian website. Crooks had a Snapchat, Tom_Crooks19, a Venmo account, Thomas-Crooks12, a PayPal account under the alias Rod Swanson, a Zelle registered as Thomas Crooks, as well as accounts on Discord, a Google Play account called Colossal Microwave, a Quizlet titled Thomas_Crooks, a chess.com with the same name, and 2 disabled Quora accounts under the handles Thomas Crooks 8 and Thomas Crooks 3. It turns out that Thomas Crooks was hardly an online ghost. He was active, and yet federal investigators lied and told us there was no trace of him online. Some of Crooks's accounts, like his Snapchat, appear to have been fully deactivated and completely taken out of use. Some of them may have been unused or cleared by federal officials during the investigation. We don't know because the FBI wouldn't tell us. However, our source was able to retrieve all data from Thomas Crooks's deactivated YouTube account, Tom Crooks 2178, visible to other users as Tom Crooks. This account includes his search history, his watch history, and 737 public comments. Another critical
How did you find his search history?
Account, his Google Drive, is linked to an archive of Crooks's YouTube account. That's where our source obtained the videos of Crooks dry firing a handgun in his bedroom, with paper targets on the wall behind him. But aside from the video evidence, the email addresses, and the phone number tying Crooks to the account, or the fact that most of these accounts use his actual name, there are other key details that support the authenticity of what we found. For example, this video's metadata shows it was filmed at Thomas Crooks's parents' home. And some of Crooks's YouTube comments are still available on Internet Archive sites. Crooks's YouTube channel was suspended on July 14th, 2024. That's the day after the shooting. Its offense, quote, violating YouTube's policy on violent criminal organizations. And though Crooks's comments are no longer available on YouTube, in many cases the commenters who responded to Crooks are still there, and they match what we see on the Internet Archive sites. When you click on their tags of Crooks's accounts, YouTube takes you to a page that says, this channel was removed because it violated our community guidelines. In other words, there is ample evidence to support the authenticity of these posts. Our source figured it out. So did we. But when we reached out directly to the FBI to ask why the Bureau hadn't shared any details from the account with the public, the FBI
This guy, for example, he is the director of the FBI, and he is always on coke. I could show you so many videos or appearances of him where he is so coked out that he has a hard time to disguise it, you know?
responded by questioning whether we could verify the authenticity of the count. We were confused by this, considering the authenticity is self-evident. And of course, the FBI would have known that since the day of the shooting.
This is cocaine. He is Indian.
What exactly is the FBI hiding? Here's what we do know. The digital comments we obtained were posted between 2019 and 2020, when Thomas Crooks was between 15 and 17 years old. They show two things. First, that Thomas Crooks was not some secretive lone wolf who never warned anyone that he was planning violence, just the opposite. Years before he showed up in Butler, Crooks was leaving a detailed digital trail of violent threats, including calls for assassinations and political violence. Second, they show a man who started out as a radical Trump supporter, whose views on the president changed completely during COVID. The FBI lied about that fact and pretended that Crooks was a right-winger. At 11:35 p.m. on July 19, 2019, in response to an MSNBC video, Crooks wrote, quote, Ilhan Omar and others are invaders and should honestly be killed and their dead bodies sent back at 1:17 a.m.
Can you show him coked out? Yeah. He is the FBI director and his girlfriend is an Israeli Mossad operative. She was in a school in Israel and everything. Coincidentally.
The valley, even my mama thinks.
Look at his eyes. Look carefully at his eyes. Look how open the son of a bitch eyes are. And he doesn't even blink. And he's trying to like act normal so the people don't notice, but he did just too many lines. I know when I see a coke fucking guy, the thing is this guy, he does too many lines. You can also like maybe take a line and then it's not that obvious, but bro, he is so fucking coked out that he can't disguise it anymore. Just look at the pupils, bro, how big they are. So yeah, there's more videos of him, bro, that he is, most of the time he's on coke.
On July 20th, 2019, Crooks commented on a CNN video. He said Donald Trump was the literal definition of patriotism. 7 hours later, he commented on an MSNBC video. He wrote, "I hope a quick, painful death to all the deplorable immigrants and anti-Trump congresswomen who don't deserve anything this country has given them." That evening, on a separate MSNBC video, he wrote, quote, "Every one of the Trump-hating Democrats deserve to have their heads chopped off and put on stakes for the world to see what happens when you fuck with America." These sorts of comments continued for months and became increasingly violent. The following day, Crooks responded to a CBS Evening News video about the squad saying this, quote, "This is going to be blatantly racist, but I hope Trump has these people murdered." Crooks openly called for dictatorship and putting, quote, Hispanics back in their place. He warned that if Democrats win in 2020, quote, "They won't be in there for long because unlike the Dems, we have guns and lots of them." In one comment, Crooks noted that, quote, 50 million Americans with AR-15s will make quick work of any blockades the government can put in to protect the White House. He left multiple references to Mao Zedong's famous line, "The only real political power comes from the barrel of a gun." On September 30th, 2019, Crooks responded to comments about a potential civil war, saying this, "Most rioters don't bring assault rifles and body armor like we would, and we wouldn't be going to the streets, we'd be going to Washington." At this point, one user named Hyperpandas responded saying, quote, "Law enforcement will thank you for grouping up and being so visible. It'll make your arrest so much simpler." Crooks responded saying, "Cops can't arrest me if they're all dead," before adding, "Even an untrained man with an AR-15 is dangerous. You think Adam Lanza or any school shooter trained? Nope." If you navigate to that YouTube page today, you can still see identical contextual comments and people referring to Thomas Crooks, including one user wrote this, "You were on YouTube threatening to shoot government officials. I sure hope the FBI is monitoring social media for violent nutcases." That exchange is still available on Internet Archive websites. But the FBI didn't see that before the shooting? That's hard to believe. On various occasions, Crooks openly said things like, Mueller should be hanged along with the rest of the Democrats involved in that witch hunt, and "I always believed being patriotic was lining up a bunch of socialist Jews, like the ones who booed Trump."
But he is Jewish himself. I don't understand this. He is Jewish, bro. Wait a second. I show you what I mean. That is Thomas Crooks, no? He is literally Jewish.
And blasting their useless brains out with an AR. And yet, in early 2020, Crooks seemed to change radically. On January 23rd of that year, he referred to, quote, Trump's stupidity. He began to mock the concept of the deep state. He suggested it was a code word used by Trump supporters for, quote, anyone who disagrees with the right wing. Suddenly, he sounded like an MSNBC commentator. In February of 2020, he called out Trump's supporters as, quote, too brainwashed to realize how dumb you are. I mean, literally, you guys sound like a cult at times. That same day, he called Trump and his supporters, quote, racist. It was an amazing transformation. That April, during the peak phase of the coronavirus lockdowns, Crooks wrote, quote, it seems that you people don't understand that sometimes public safety comes before your personal rights. Are you not willing to quarantine one member of your...
Wait a minute. It seems that you people don't understand that sometimes public safety comes before your personal rights. If someone in your family has COVID, why wouldn't you want them quarantined? Are you really going to get in the way of trying to stop this pandemic on account of your phobia of government? Seriously, what's wrong with you guys? Okay?
Public safety comes before your personal rights. Are you not willing to quarantine one member of your family to save the rest? If so, you are not a patriot and you aren't protecting anything. Told you. That May, as state officials across the country overhauled election systems to promote, he said, quote, I believe the outcome will be irrelevant.
Well, he's right. It is irrelevant who wins.
In response to the same video, Thomas Crooks issued what sounds a lot like a digital manifesto. Quote, in my opinion, the only way to fight the government is with terrorism-style attacks. Sneak a bomb into an essential building and set it off before anyone sees you. Track down any important people or politicians, military leaders, etc., and try to assassinate them.
I didn't delete.
Any sort of head-to-head fight is suicide, and even ambush or surprise attacks likely aren't going to end well. These remarks were especially notable because they came at the final phase of Crooks's YouTube commenting. We have more guns than they do. There is no way we can avoid a war at this point. Certainly no he after his encounter mass shooting El Paso. Mission Tucker that quote federal investigators will teacher post themes.
Federal investigators are looking into a YouTube account possibly connected to Crooks, in which the user espoused political violence as well as anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes. Anti-Semitic if he is Jewish. I don't understand. So why is Tucker Carlson not mentioning one single time that this guy is Jewish himself? Isn't that important when they talk about anti-Semitism?
Well, of course, it wasn't possibly connected to Thomas Crooks, as the FBI knew full well it was Thomas Crooks's account. There was never any question about that. And yet the same day, the FBI's then deputy director made the same dishonest claim before Congress. The week previous, then FBI Director Christopher Wray, that, quote, the FBI has obstructed efforts to solve the mystery of why Thomas Matthew Crooks, who left no manifesto, did what he did. And this fact, said the Post, left local law enforcement as well as Crooks's former friends, classmates, and teachers frustrated. Released Crooks's body for cremation 10 days after July 13th. This wasn't known to the public until Higgins arrived in Butler on August 5th, when the coroner told the congressman, quote, he was the fact that in the photo, the agent's shirt says he's from the Technical Hazards.
He is coked out again. Let me see his eyes.
Interested in finding out more.
How come we don't have more information on the assassination attempts on President Trump?
There's two reasons. Two open, ongoing prosecutions. But we have personally invested our time in making sure that we have looked at any possible international connections to terrorism and adversaries alike. And we've both been...
What the fuck is wrong with his eyes? Bro, this is so fucking insane. This is at least 4 lines, at least.
Down to Quantico. We've both done the laboratory testing. We've both seen the explosives analysis. We've both seen
Okay, bro.
Firearm and physically held it. We are all in on these investigations.
Are we going to be surprised at what you learned?
You know what, Maria? Cash is not kidding. We've been personally briefed extensively on every single detail, nugget, tendril of this case. One is actively in court right now, so out of respect for the case, it's probably more appropriate that I appropriate it.
Trial against Thomas Crooks.
Seat a couple years, last year in a committee hearing, I asked him a very detailed question about Matthew Thomas Crooks. Because
the FBI has repeatedly failed to produce the subcommittee records and information critical to its investigation.
I am totally unsatisfied. I am totally unsatisfied. I run every single day.
Raised. Did the FBI order that too? What we do know is that on the day of the attacks, Thomas Crooks got extremely lucky, miraculously lucky. After he arrived at the Butler County Fairgrounds on the morning of the shooting, Thomas Crooks conducted surveillance by flying his drone over the rally site. He flew that drone for 11 minutes.
Controlled opposition.
It just so happened.
Because it makes no sense, bro. He made such a deep dive into this guy's fucking account, yeah? He found his comments on YouTube. He says that there was anti-Semitic fucking motives. But he just didn't somehow find that he is Jewish himself. Like this, like one easy thing, the easiest like info that you can find out about him, and that he was in BlackRock in an advertisement video. This somehow he cannot find out. He just oversees this, or isn't it important to the conversation? If he wouldn't mention that there's anti-Semitic fucking motives, I would say, okay, you can maybe say, yeah, he doesn't care about his religion or whatever. But when they mention that there's anti-Semitism, then maybe it's interesting to know that he is actually Jewish himself.
By certain important nations. Israel was given to the Jewish people by Hashem, by God, by the Bible, and under international law. The UN Charter, Article 80, says that it prohibits, this is international law, prohibits the UN from transferring rights over any part of Palestine to any non-Jewish entity, such as a Palestinian state. UN resolution that contradicts this charter avoid. That's why there's no Palestinian state. It's against international law. So as long as Israel says no to a Palestinian state, there can't be a Palestinian state, or it would violate international law. We should realize that and understand that.
What are these weird noises?
There are 53 Arab countries. There's 22 Arab countries where they're haphazard nations. Israel was given to the Jewish people by Hashem, by God, by the Bible, and under international law. The UN Charter.
What the fuck? That guy is a reptilian or some shit. What the fuck is this shit?
Warning to somebody else, and that's American Gentiles. The minute your country is taken over by anti-Semitism, the minute you start to be a country that...
I seen this already. she made a mistake here.
Is behaving.
Like, the Israelis don't call only Palestinians animals, they call all of us animals. All of us.
Says that we're not normal. That me and my friends are human beings because we wear different clothes and we have different pronouns. Everyone is normal. There's nothing that isn't normal about us.
Oh man. I wonder if they would take a blood test of this guy. How high would his estrogen be in comparison to his testosterone? Man, that his hormones are in some sort of imbalance or some shit. That is just abnormal. Some sort of fucking imbalance is going on over there, cause that's all I'm gonna say. Okay, let's see this fucking joint here. Man. Alright. Here, this shit here. Let's see what she is interesting for me somehow, because she seems to be a retard a little bit. A liberal retard, but she is somehow waking up to this Jewish situation. She is a leftist. So that's why she is interesting to me, is because her IQ is not very high, but high enough to notice what's going on.
An Israeli military intelligence officer happened to stay at Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan apartment on at least 3 separate occasions, and that's according to a new report from Dropsite News. Now, Epstein may have even wired money to him, once again raising questions about Epstein's alleged ties to Israeli intelligence networks. Alleged. Now, Dropsite compiled some of the evidence for this story from former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak's hacked emails. So we have that. Super interesting. In addition to Epstein's personal schedules, which were in fact released by the House Oversight Committee just last month. Now, the intelligence officer that we're referring to here, that was reported by the Dropsite News story, is a man by the name of Yoni Koren. Yoni Koren, Israeli military intelligence officer who stayed at Epstein's Manhattan apartment on at least 3 separate occasions. And here's what we know about him. He started his career in the research division of the IDF's military intelligence directorate, which is called Amman. And he eventually rose through the ranks to become a senior officer. Now,
I found out something interesting. For quite a while I know about this. I will tell you now. Wait a sec. So, the IDF has multiple platoons or multiple subgroups that have different types of like jobs. One of them is on the border. The others are, for example, ground forces in Gaza. And the ground forces that are in Gaza, the battalion that they are part of, coincidentally is called the Kafir Brigade, which means the disbelievers. You can Google that, by the way. You can like just look it up and fact check it for yourself.
1985, Corin worked on a covert campaign with Mossad to help Syrian intelligence kidnap PLO operatives traveling from Cyprus to Lebanon.
Okay, here. So, the Kafir Brigade. The Kafir Brigade is the youngest and largest infantry brigade of the Israel Defense Forces. And these are the people that go into Gaza. The disbelievers.
And he also worked very closely with Israel's former Prime Minister Ehud Barak. He did so for years while serving as his chief of staff. While serving as the chief of staff for the IDF, managing his schedules and his operations. Now, Barak's friendship with Epstein has been well documented. You know, we actually have images of him entering Epstein's apartment. So we've known about that already, but he did, so that's well documented. He met with Epstein dozens of times. He flew on Epstein's jet and once visited the infamous Epstein Island. We're talking about Ehud Barak here. Now, one of the times Corin stayed at Epstein's place was while he was working as a senior aide to Ehud Barak. Now, after Barak left the IDF, Corin headed his staff as interior minister, then foreign minister, and then after that, defense minister.
1 hour ambience.
And the details here are super interesting. After Barak's retirement, Corin was a covert fixer in Washington who enjoyed special access to senior national security figures, I'm sure he did, including Leon Panetta and his senior advisor, Jeremy Bash. As soon as Barak left the Israeli government, Corin became a key go-between for Barak and the American and Israeli intelligence communities. So let's get to the email records and what they show, because apparently they show that Barak was using Corin as an intermediary to exchange information with Amman. Corin was also active in Epstein and Barak's efforts to source cybersecurity startups from the technology research units of Amman, demonstrating how enmeshed in Israeli spy networks he remained. So now let's get to some details about his stays at Epstein's Manhattan apartment. By the way, are you guys seeing the intertwined nature of Mossad and the CIA and the fact that they had a relationship with Epstein in the first place?
That makes sense, because before JFK got assassinated, he didn't only say, yeah, there's a fucking conspiracy and they are taking over from the inside out and shit, and that Israel shouldn't get a nuclear weapon. But he also specifically stated that he is gonna scatter the CIA into 1,000 pieces. Because apparently JFK saw the CIA as some sort of intelligence group that belongs to Israel and not America. Very interesting.
So, that child trafficking that took place wasn't part of a blackmail operation. Are we stupid? I'm sorry. I don't believe anyone who tries to pour cold water on the fact that Epstein was running a blackmail operation. It's so obvious. I mean, how else do you explain the unwavering commitment to Israel, regardless of who's in charge in that country, regardless of the political makeup of the Knesset, regardless of what type of atrocities Israel is carrying out, regardless of how much money it costs the American taxpayers and how much it destroys the economic health of this country to keep up with this charade? No, there are American politicians and elites in the US, powerful, influential people who might be pedophiles and do Israel's bidding because they don't want that information to come out. Like, it's just so obvious, guys. It's so obvious. But anyway, let's talk about Corin's stays at Epstein's apartment. So Corin was also active, so let's talk about the first stay. The first stay at Epstein's Manhattan apartment was back in February of 2013. So this is when he was working as Ehud Barak's senior aide. Now, the following year, according to Epstein's personal calendars released by the House, Corin stayed at Epstein's spare apartment again for the first 2 weeks of October 2014. The calendar released by the House committee reads, reminder, Yoni in apartment, September 30 through October 13th. And then in the weeks preceding his stay at Epstein's apartment, Corin maintained contact with spies in Amman, despite his supposed status as a private citizen. And then there was his third stay that we know of. There might be more, but in terms of the reporting we're seeing from Dropsite News, they were able to identify 3 separate occasions. Let's talk about the third one. His third stay at Epstein's apartment was for 10 days in September. That's a long time. It's a long time hanging out with a freaking child sex trafficker and pedophile, but that's what this guy was up to. Epstein's assistant, Leslie, wrote an email to Corin, essentially informing him that she had reserved an apartment for him for 10 days. And then Corin responded, that's what you're looking at here, with thanks a lot, send my regards and thanks to Jeffrey. Obviously he's referring to Jeffrey Epstein there. Now, during all 3 of his stays in Epstein's Manhattan apartment, Corin appeared to be conducting official or unofficial business on behalf of Ehud Barak. So let's talk a little bit about Ehud Barak. Because in February of 2015, a few months before Corin's third visit to Epstein's Manhattan apartment, leaked emails show that Ehud Barak was actually sending Epstein bank details for funds that were to be wired to Corin's Citibank account. We have the evidence right here. Let's take a quick look at that. There it is, that's the email. Obviously the account numbers and all that have been redacted, but it's from Ehud Barak to Jeffrey Epstein. Hi, Jeff, that's the info. Then you have the account number. Dropsite could not determine the purpose of the wire transfer or confirm whether or not the funds were successfully sent to Corin. All we know right now is that a former prime minister of Israel got into contact with Jeffrey Epstein to provide bank account.
Bro, there was an administrative aide to Congressman Jacob Javits. Yeah, and the person that he was interviewing was Harold Rosenthal. And these are now people that are in the government, yeah? This is 1976. And this is real. Now you make out of this whatever you want. I just read it out for you, okay? This is like a snippet out of the interview. We virtually get away with murder and all the goy do is to talk about it. Which is ineffective since we, the masters of propaganda, always publish a contradicting account. If the Aryan would review history and apply those lessons of the past, then the pen will be thrown down in disgust and the sword wielded in the heat of passion. A recurrence to history would edify our minds and show us that the European countries solved their Jewish problem only by use of force. Thus far, we have escaped the sword, but our constant fear is that they may open their eyes and learn that no change was ever brought about with a pen. History has been written in blood, not with ink. As a Jewish person, saying this is kind of crazy. But I get it, because in 1976, you couldn't say shit about Jews. Like, even if they say something like this, you can't say anything about it. Like, you can't even mention it. You get fucked. It's just recently that you can talk about it.
Details of an Israeli spy, so Epstein can wire money to this individual. Okay, but the bank transfer information was followed by an unusually cryptic communication between Barak and Corin regarding handoff of a physical bank card. The two had a pretty good reason to communicate in coded language because documents leaked by Edward Snowden just over a year prior revealed that the two men were major counterintelligence targets for the United States, and the NSA had been snooping on their messages. Did they know? I mean, did our intelligence community know that they were spying on an Israeli? Like, you don't do that. They get to do whatever they want, including here on US soil, with a disgusting, disgraced child sex trafficker and pedophile. So this is DropSite's fourth installment in its series about Jeffrey Epstein and his ties to Israel. So far, they've exposed quite a bit, including Epstein's role in brokering a security agreement between Israel and Mongolia. They've also identified Epstein's effort to set up a back channel between Israel and Russia during the Syrian civil war. And they also showed Epstein's role as a key facilitator of a security agreement between Israel and the West African nation, and a West African nation that I'm not gonna try to pronounce because I'm gonna mispronounce it. And their reporting throws a wrench in the government's official line that Epstein had no foreign or domestic intelligence ties, obviously.
Can I ask you something? I want to show you a tweet and then ask you if this is rage bait or not. Why does APEC make a tweet where they say that 6 million Americans are members of APEC? Why specifically this number? They could have taken any number, but why do they take 6 million? Like this bullshit fucking number again and again and again and again. It's like they bait, like they rage bait or something. Yo, Blue Flame, what's up, man?
Like, who would believe our government on this issue in particular? I wouldn't. I wouldn't at all. They're either being blackmailed or bribed, and they're not telling us the truth. Our media launders Israel's reputation. Our media lies to the American people about what Israel is actually up to. Why would we believe for a second that our government, which has been in bed with the Israelis, would ever tell us the truth about a guy who was very likely running a blackmail operation and his ties to the Israelis? Because guess what? That wouldn't be a good look, right? It wouldn't be a good look for Israel, and certainly it wouldn't be a good look for the United States either, since we're obviously involved in this. If literal minors were being trafficked with the main purpose of getting blackmail on powerful people, whether it's in this country or any other country. You're literally exploiting children, minors, to be raped so foreign governments can have dirt on powerful people? Okay.
It's an interesting timeline to be in if you know this shit for a very long time. People made fun of me for alleging that this situation is the case because it sounds a bit crazy, I admit it. But yeah, I think this is gonna become mainstream knowledge. I'm pretty sure. Like even people that don't believe this currently will eventually understand. You can't escape this fucking shit.
Meanwhile, Mike Johnson said the Republicans are doing everything they can to prevent the Epstein files from being exposed. So he didn't say that he's doing that, but Mike Johnson's behavior has made it clear that he and the Republicans are doing everything they can to prevent, like,
But by then, will it be too late? No, it's part of the plot. Imagine you are in a theater show and yeah, you went through like the 80% of the movie, and now the villain is basically exposing himself. Because in his grand scheme or his grand finale, he needs you to attack his home country so that he can retaliate against everyone. So in their fucking religion, they say, yeah, at the end of times when they did 9/11 and all this shit and created LGBTQ and whatnot, the entire world needs to turn against Israel. And Israel needs to fight against humanity, kinda. So, and then God basically sends down the Messiah, the Jewish Messiah, and he is gonna solve it. But by then there will be like, it will be the biggest bloodshed of humanity, kinda. Like, also they say, I think 20% of the pious Jews will survive and usher in the new world order. So when they expose this Epstein fucking dog shit and stuff, bro, they do it on purpose. Of course they do it on purpose. They want you to hate Israel. They want you to hate Jews. But now, like an intelligent person would understand this on his own. Why? Because Trump is implicated with the Epstein situation. He is a pedophile. He was on Epstein Island, and the entire government there are pedophiles. But his talking point for getting elected was Epstein. He literally said he is gonna remove the deep state, which is Jews, and he's gonna show who killed JFK, and he's gonna show who is behind Epstein and like who was involved. Why would you hint that if you know what's going on, if you were part of this? It's because they want this to be known. They wanna fuck the world. This is like the last fucking stage.
Real transparency about the Epstein files. He's refused to swear in Democratic Congresswoman elect Adelina Grijalva, who would serve as the final member needed to.
Just so you understand, just because these people, these Jewish people, are on top of the world, and they run this like biblical fucking dog shit. And the reason why they hate white people is because they say the Romans, they destroyed the second temple. So therefore they need to fucking pay. Humanity is at war for 2000 years. When you deep it, when you think about it, bro, we are never on this planet without there being war. And it's not a normal or natural circumstance. It is artificially. Every 60 years to 70 years, there is a huge ass war also. A big one. Just think about it. How is it possible that we are on this planet and every fucking few centuries there is a massive fucking war where everyone kills each other over bullshit? And somehow the wars involve always around Jews. Like World War I was the same. World War II, obviously, you know, it was the Nazi movement. And World War III is about Israel. Jews again. Like, I don't know.
Force a vote on the release of the Epstein files. And in Marjorie Taylor Greene's recent conversation with Megyn Kelly, she wondered whether the Epstein issue was the real reason Mike Johnson refused to convene the House during the shutdown, the government shutdown. Take a look at that.
Everyone, for how many years now, all of us have been calling to release the Epstein files. And Thomas Massey entered a resolution to release it, and I'm a co-sponsor. I want to release the Epstein files.
Guys, Big Nose got banned off Twitch. Just happened now. Go check his account, it's not there anymore. Oh man. 7 days only though, it's okay. But they are gonna get him permabanned, I know. Big Nose is gonna get permabanned. What for? Emotes? Harassment, basically. King J. Yeah, bullying. Bullying King J.
Anyways. And it's been blocked over and over, unfortunately. I tell you what, I've started to question, is this why we're not in session?
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's fair to have that suspicion. I know that I've certainly had that suspicion. And today, Mike Johnson, again, House Speaker, called the House back into session. So we'll see if he immediately swears in Grijalva as promised, or if he continues to block a vote on the Epstein files. I'd bet on the latter, but who knows? He might prove me wrong. I hope he does. Israel's involvement with Epstein is disgusting. And the fact that our government is trying to cover this all up is even more disgusting.
Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings. Totally not true, but it does keep you updated on our live shows.
What is her name again? Anna Kasparian or something, yeah? I don't find her hot. But the fact that she knows about the Jewish situation makes her hot. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? $50,000 is nothing. Miriam Eldelson gave him $4 billion.
Pol Pot, too. Well, the thing is too, like Hitler, you mentioned, he's been just the face of evil. I've always asked myself why. When you have people like Mao, Pol Pot, Stalin, why has Hitler been pushed up there? Like we could say, like people say all the time, like I like Stalin, like leftists and stuff. You can't with Hitler, and why can't we question the Holocaust?
Right.
Why in 19 countries you'll go to jail for asking scientific and historical things, and in America you'll be fired from most of your job. And they say all historians agree. Well, yeah, they all agree if the ones that aren't are in prison.
Have you also seen that one historical camp where they had Australian researchers who went? There's supposed to be hundreds of thousands of Jewish bodies that are buried in this field. They had a forensic team. You have Australian researchers that went out, probed the field. They didn't find a single human remain, not one. Not even like it was 1,000, 10,000, or even like 10 people, not a single one, but yet they want us to believe that there's hundreds of thousands buried on top of each other in this.
There's holes everywhere. Like the official story, if you ask Grok, like how fast were they cremating bodies, he'll tell you they're doing it in a body every 10 minutes, running for 24 hours a day. But today it takes 90 minutes to run a body. So it's like, what did they have? I even asked Grok, did they have like magic furnaces back then? Like, oh, Nazis had the best furnace technology ever that burned extra. It's just.
You just have to be logical. I was talking about this with Dan actually a couple of days ago. It would be the most inefficient way. No one would ever do this.
Gas, yeah.
The money cost, the energy, the effort to do it, there would be...
I just googled this now. There's like a few people, a few historians that got jailed for publishing books that basically say that they are lying about World War II. Like one of them is called David Irving. He wrote in 2006, he wrote a book. He got sentenced to 3 years in prison in Austria. He served only 13 though. He basically denied that there was gas chambers in Auschwitz and it's a fabrication.
Hundreds of better ways if that was the case.
I believe there might have been some Jews shot. I just don't
Yeah,
believe the
exactly. Yeah,
gassing.
for sure.
It's just all the camps were discovered by the Soviets. They tried initially saying the America found one, but it got discovered to be a hoax. So the Soviets, they're not airtight. They were rebuilt after the war. They say they were reconstructed, but they were built after the war. There was none active when it ended.
It's like there's no blue staining on the walls
there's
from
no-
the Zyklon B gas.
You got Nazis. They tortured
A
Nazis
lot of
to
the
get them
doors
to
open
confess.
from both sides. There's a swimming pool on the Auschwitz sites itself. They won't show
Yeah,
you that
this
on
is
the
also a
soccer gym.
concept that I didn't understand. They say, for example, the Nazis confessed to their crimes. Yeah, but if I put someone on a chair, punch him in the face 7-8 times, and I don't know, bust one of his balls open, and remove his fingernails and shit, then he might confess to something that he didn't do. Like this notion of torturing someone to get a confession, I don't understand this. So if I didn't do something and I'm currently getting tortured and the only way out of the torture is to say that I did something but I didn't do it, then I say I did it.
It's ridiculous once you go down it. It's just.
And then they don't talk about how majority died from typhus, which was due to. That's why a lot of them had shaved heads. Like when you look at the actual evidence, and that's what's the craziest part to me is you can't talk about this stuff without being censored, and that's what should be the biggest red flag to everyone is that.
Now imagine you are in, I don't know, you are 1950 and you are getting educated on the Holocaust, and then your teacher will tell you now, okay, yeah, the Nazis, they put Jewish heads into jars to shrink them. Why would they do that? I have no idea, whatever. Then they said there was masturbation machines so that they would get masturbated to death. The Jewish people. Then they said they took their skin and made lampshades out of them. Then they said they took their fat, so Jewish fat, and made soap out of it. Yeah, but if they think they are so dirty, why would they make soap out of them to wash themselves with? Jews, I guess. What is this? This doesn't make any sense. Who is supposed to believe this dog shit? And then, what did they say? Masturbation machines. It was a bunch of like sex torture, basically. A lot of sex torture. Specifically, it was about sex all the time. Sex. I don't know. Why would the Nazis create a masturbation machine to watch you fucking come till you die? It doesn't even work like that. Who fucking dies from... Oh man.
You can't talk about this stuff without some type of risk.
No, and the truth isn't anti-Semitic. Do you want to know what the truth is? Shouldn't they be happy if like less Jews died? If like, 200,000 or 300,000 died, shouldn't they be happy?
And that's also interesting too. Like you can mock Jesus all you want with no repercussions, and you can mock Christianity. You can mock essentially any other topic you want in the world. There's just one topic you can't. Isn't that weird to everyone?
It should be. When I was a teen, I read a few atheist books, and they went hard after Christianity.
Interesting. Do you wanna know about Frazzle Trap? Do you guys all know about it? So there was a laptop where that the police discovered. And they checked the laptop, and there was a file on the laptop. It was called insurance policy. And on that file, Hillary Clinton basically skinned a girl, her face. And the cops that reviewed this all suicided. And the laptop disappeared. And that is the official story. Did you know about that? Is that vid still on the dark web? No idea, man. But this shit is very scary.
Are you
maximum scary? This is like what happened to the cops. Some of them shot themselves in the head and stuff. Like they suicided. I am trying to find something that we can watch about it. This is like horror fucking scripts. It's insane. But it's real. Actually, this is not a joke. Okay, I found it. Are you ready? But this is gonna fuck you up. This is gonna fuck you up. Yeah, it sounds like creepypasta, but this is a real fucking situation. But it is believable because just think about it. We have a situation where Jews run child sex trafficking rings, and for some reason the guys that are in the Oval Office, they are Satanists and pedophiles. And they kill children, drink their blood, and torture them. So it's just a weird fucking situation, but it's the truth. This is just a tip of the iceberg. So, yeah, just look at the fact that the cops killed themselves. That's interesting. Why did the cops kill themselves if this is not real, you know? And why did the laptop disappear if there was nothing on the laptop? And it's all just a conspiracy theory. Makes no sense.
Politicians, celebrities, and other lead figures were sexually abusing or consuming the remains of children, often in satanic rituals, according to watchdog group Algo Transparency. The claims echo and often cite the discredited Pizzagate conspiracy, which 2 years ago led to a man firing shots into a Northwest Washington, D.C. pizzeria in search of children.
A 12-year affair with you. That allegation is false.
You know, I'm not sitting here as some little woman standing by my man like Tammy Wynette. I'm sitting here because I love him.
And for added drama, a light fell off the wall and nearly hit them.
You know, an average person...
This is gonna fuck you up, guys.
Who is it?
So there's the Hillary Clinton Foundation for orphans and shit, right? And children went missing there. So what the pedophiles do is, instead of like trying to find sources for children, they become the source. Crime against children. They always claim to do the opposite. They say they help the children, but they actually do the opposite. I think she is gonna not survive this.
Laptop in a search warrant because of all his sex perversion issues. It was all the Clinton emails, the Clinton Foundation, her Secretary of State emails, Huma Abedin's emails. Lots of people emailed Huma as a proxy for Hillary. So one of the things, if I were the president, I'd do is demand the Anthony Weiner laptop and get it to the most trusted person in the military to take apart everything on it and then
this laptop disappeared.
And start using it.
The New York City policemen who have been committing suicide have another thing in common besides the mode of death. Each of them viewed a certain video found on the laptop of disgraced former congressman and public deviant Anthony Weiner.
So this is one of the officers that reviewed this laptop, and he killed himself. Self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is another one. He also killed himself. Another one also killed himself. Shot himself 1 month before his retirement. Killed himself also with a gunshot. Also killed himself. also killed himself with a gunshot and was cop of the year. Also killed himself. These people all were on the investigation of this laptop.
The video was located in a folder named Insurance and made grown men vomit and cry. Nicknamed Frazzledrip.
Weil die Aufnahmen gesehen haben, also so wie wir das verstanden haben, we also know only what they say. They said they saw the footage on this laptop, and there was a specific file. They were basically going through the medias. And there was one file, it was called Insurance Policy. It was some sort of blackmail file. And in this file, Huma Abedin and Hillary Clinton were torturing a child. Another child was already dead, but she had her skin surgically removed. And Hillary put the skin of the face on her face and danced around the remaining child to make that child scared. And the police officers that reviewed this all killed themselves. I didn't make this up.
It originally appeared on the dark web, where some were able to capture the footage before
This
it
is
was
Huma
wiped from
Abedin. Yeah, this is Huma Abedin. That is the wife of Anthony Weiner. And on his laptop was this file Insurance Policy. Because she basically created some sort of blackmail video on Hillary. But she's also in the video, so I don't understand what's the point of that. Because you will get fucked also.
Internet. The paid mainstream censors quickly labeled.
So she is the Hillary Clinton deputy chief of staff. Not only is she... someone said before that they've seen the footage. Yeah, they've seen the footage, yeah. That's why, the reason why we can describe what was in that video is because they saw the footage and they talked about it. But then they all killed themselves. All of them.
It fake.
Like, when all this shit is gonna come out, yeah, this is what I assume is gonna happen. Okay, they will release the Epstein fucking shit, people will not stop talking about it, more will get leaked, more will get leaked, more will get leaked, and one day, they will just release all the videos of your favorite fucking stars and the politicians doing horrible things to children. And then you need to now argue with a bunch of Twitter bots that this is not AI.
Went after the alt news with a vengeance. The policemen who could prove the video's veracity are dead, except for 2. The following is an audio description from one of the policemen after he viewed the footage. Be aware that the content is highly disturbing.
Emails on Anthony Weiner's laptop.
So who is Anthony Weiner again? You know, this guy. And this guy. Things seem to be going pretty great for Anthony. A congressman himself, he was married to Huma Abedin, an American political staffer who was vice chair of Hillary Clinton.
So these are the congressmen in America, yeah? Now, the thing is, with him it came out, but that doesn't mean that he's the only guy.
His 2016 campaign for president of the United States, Abedin seemed to be a sure thing for a Clinton White House. Of course, that was before police began to investigate her husband Anthony, who was ultimately sentenced to 21 months in federal prison for an illicit online contact with a 15-year-old girl. During its investigation, the FBI found over 15,000 emails on a private email server of Hillary Clinton's. Here's the document showing the seizure of the laptop.
So one of the things, if I
This
were
was
the
after
president, I'd do
Pizzagate,
is demand the Anthony Weiner laptop and get it to the most trusted person in the military to take apart everything on it and then start using it. There's a lot that can be prosecuted, I have no doubt, on that laptop.
So what all was found on this laptop? Well, the NYPD source says that the Weiner laptop has enough evidence to put Hillary away for life. It said that these emails include evidence linking Clinton herself and associates to money laundering, child exploitation, sex crimes with minors, perjury, pay to play through the Clinton Foundation, obstruction of justice,
This
and
here
other
is maybe something that you don't understand. This is what I tried to explain when I said they become
money
the
laundering,
source.
child exploitation, sex crimes with minors, perjury, pay to play.
So they will create like a children, like Hillary Clinton Foundation for children, so they can get to the source, because there's children without birth certificates and without anyone asking where they are. This is just something in America that is the case. And they would then use this Clinton Foundation for all the other guys like Trump and Epstein and stuff as one of their outlets to pay to play. And pay to play, you can imagine what that is.
Through the Clinton Foundation, obstruction of justice, and other felony crimes. It's worth noting that this is not the first time the Clintons have been tied to crimes involving exploitation of children. Remember Laura Silsby, who was convicted of child trafficking? And how about this guy? You know, this guy and this guy. Internet sleuths discovered apparent evidence of pedophile code words being used in emails from John Podesta released by WikiLeaks. This was in November of 2016. Hillary Rodham Clinton, just when we think it can't get any worse with some of these corruptions we've heard about her, apparently there was a hidden file on Weiner's laptop with a video in it entitled Insurance Policy. Understand, this is no longer a conspiracy. There were a total of 12 individuals who saw this video, and 9 of those 12 people are dead now.
What the hell's going on here?
So far this year, there have been 9 NYPD suicides.
So this was also on CBS. Like, it's not like some sort of, blah blah blah, like TikTok edit. There is like, these guys are officially dead, but it is a good question to ask, what about those other 3? I would like to know their names and then do an early life check, because I assume they are Jewish. I am pretty sure.
7 since June. Last year, there were a total of 4.
The video is described as pure evil. According to QAnon, the infamous White House insider, President Trump's recent announcement that he is going after high-profile sex offenders is directly related to this video. Now, this is my final warning before I go into detail describing this video.
Okay, wait a second, I need to check what they show here.
White House insider, President Trump's recent announcement that he is going after high-profile sex offenders is directly related to this video. Now, this is my final warning before I go into detail describing this video. The bad video is of Hillary, Huma, and a little girl. They are terrorizing the child. They filleted the child's face off while she was alive and put it on their faces to further terrorize the child. They were deliberately causing the child's body to release adrenochrome into the bloodstream so they could drink the blood when they bled her out in the satanic ritual sacrifice. This was what caused grown men to become extremely sick, and many needed to seek out psychological help after viewing it. The perpetrators all need to be hung by the neck until dead. These are very psychologically messed up murderers, vile, demented, and soulless demons. Multiple sources within the FBI and NYPD have confirmed the existence of this tape. And then, of course, recently, there's this. Recently, there's this.
In fact, I heard that the New York police officers who saw some of it, even though they're hardened investigators, literally had to go throw up. It's bad.
Because of Wienergate and the sexting scandal, the NYPD started investigating it. Through a subpoena, through a warrant, they searched his laptop and sure enough found those.
I don't know, Aurelius.
They found way
I'm sorry,
more
man.
stuff than just the more information pertaining to the inappropriate sexting the guy was doing. They found State Department emails. They found a lot of other really damning criminal information, including money laundering, including the fact that Hillary went to this.
I think if the Epstein stuff will get finally revealed in its entirety, that's when the world goes ham. Like, that's when everything gets fucked up. Do you think a black eye have a connection to adrenochrome injector? No, it's not about injections. It's about it's about getting fucked in the ass, bro.
Sex Island with convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Bill Clinton went there more than 20 times. Hillary Clinton went there at least 6 times. The amount of garbage that they found in these emails of criminal activity by Hillary, by her immediate circle, and even by other Democratic members of Congress was so disgusting. They gave it to the FBI, and they said, we're going to go public with this if you don't reopen the investigation, if you don't do the right thing with timely indictments. NYPD was the first one to look at that laptop. Weiner and Huma Abedin, his wife, the closest advisor of Hillary Clinton for 20 years, have both flipped. And Huma Abedin, his wife, the closest advisor of Hillary Clinton for 20 years, have both flipped. Okay, they are cooperating.
You know what I don't understand? Personally, if they are human. Okay, Vesperanto, I'm sorry for fucking your night. Yeah, this is the question that I have in my mind. Like, if Hillary Clinton is a human, what makes you a human? If you can cut a child's face off and then wear it like a face mask to scare the remaining child, and then make it so fucking scared that it has an unbelievable amount of adrenaline pumping through its whole body, and then you cut the child slowly and drain its blood while it's still alive, and then you drink it, and you don't finish there, you go with some sort of device and take out the pineal gland out of the middle of the brain, and then you chew on it like a chewing gum, because that was also part of the video. It was not only the scaring them and shit. She literally fucking takes out the pineal gland out of the nose and then chews on it like some sort of chewing gum. She can't be a human. I can't believe it.
Investigators literally had to go throw up. It's bad.
And then they hint this all the time. You know, all these motherfuckers in Hollywood, they know about this obviously, and they portray it like a cut-off face. And Jay-Z has it, and she has it. That is supposed to be Hillary Clinton. Tom Hanks, who is also a known pedophile, for some reason felt that he needs to show this also. That is Lady Gaga. I can't show you this, otherwise my stream gets taken down. Okay, so now you will get a very, like a perfect explanation on what was in that video, yeah? I can read it out for you. Oh, this is too fucked up. What the fuck? This is from another case. I didn't know this. This is like out of a horror movie, bro. As the children screamed in pain, yelled at them, "Quit crying, you little babies." Hillary and Huma Abedin dancing around the area with hoses as they recited the Grimm's fairy tale of Hansel and Gretel. As they did so, they would torture the children by poking various body parts and saying, "You're not fat enough yet." They would torture the children by pulling on their skin and stretching it out to test if the hot water had made it come loose enough. The children, who were all girls around age 10, had been sexually abused by the men present. As Redacted pulled on skin to test it, she would grab the girls' vaginal areas and pull at the skin there, and make comments such as, "Good girls keep their legs together. But you couldn't keep your legs together, could you? Because you are fat. If you weren't so fat, you could keep your legs together." On several of the girls saying these things while she pushed the hot water hose up their vagina. For one of the girls, as one of the men raped her by mouth, while another sodomized her, and at the same time, one of the ladies raped the girl vaginally with the hose while hot water was running up into her vagina. Then stick the hot water hose down the girl's throat for a moment. After she pulled it out, the girl was choking up hot water and grabbed her tongue and cut it off. I don't know what to say, bro. And they think this is not real. This Epstein fucking shit. It's not over yet. Do you want to hear the rest? Time... Okay. Hillary screams. Time for the witch to eat her own candy. As she proceeds to stand behind the 10-year-old with straight blonde hair, as Hillary stuck her nails in the area where the bridge of the nose meets the eye, she maneuvered her fingers till they were under the skin. Ripped the skin layer of the child's face off, with the girl screaming in horror and pain. With the little girl's face on her own, Hillary danced around the other little girls, saying, "If only Gretel hadn't eaten the witch's candy. The witch likes her candy. The witch will eat all the candy she wants." A couple of the men... Oh my god, this is so disgusting. I need to take a break. Wait a sec. The next part is basically about two ladies opening the jaw of a girl, and then I saw men ejaculating inside her throat. And then Hillary says, "Do you want to eat the witch's candy? Isn't the candy good? Tell me how good the candy is. It's good, isn't it?" The girls in terror shook their heads yes. Hillary then went over to the little girl with no face and facing her began to rip at her face muscles with both hands till she pulled out the pineal gland and she ate it. The other adults killed the other three girls. When Hillary was done eating, she promptly followed. Redacted had started ascending the stairs. Hillary stated she was heading upstairs to shower. Redacted followed her up the stairs. Redacted directs several other young men present to clean up the mess. Redacted, came up the basement stairs, redacted. Dude, how do we know this is legit? Because these are reports from the FBI. I fear I can not. Unfortunately, it's real, you know? And the people that killed themselves are real too. Out of fucking 12 police officers that saw this fucking dog shit, 9 of them shot themselves. How do you know it? What's the source? It was in CBS. They talked about this in the government. It's a known thing. And the police officers that killed themselves, they did really review this. And Anthony Weiner's laptop is also a real thing. This is not like a conspiracy theory. They found crazy emails, but this like video, they don't talk about it in the official media. And the laptop disappeared after. Why did it disappear? It is real, unfortunately. This stuff is all real, guys. This stuff is all real. And then they put this also, for some odd reason, they make like cartoons, for example, and then they put this story into the cartoon to mock you. Because they are so sure of themselves. Like, for example, this is a cartoon that mocks the situation here. So these are the police guys that killed themselves. You can Google their names. These are like official. This is an official situation.
My God, I can't keep this up forever. My mind is so distracted. Oh, the police are gonna catch up with me eventually. They'll lock me up. They'll put me in with the animals. Jesus Christ, what have I become? What kind of monster am I? I want to let you free, I really do. I really, really do. But the time has come for me to dispose of you. I've had my sexual fill and I cannot allow your presence to distract me from my job as head writer and host of the wildly successful television show, Unbelievable Tales. God forgive me! You're my inspiration. You're my inspiration. You're my inspiration.
They are basically showing what she did, you know.
Bisexual, leaning more towards a homosexual end, and it was she who accessed my sex programming to fulfill her perversions.
Evergreen was Hillary Clinton's Secret Service name. If you Google Evergreen, you're going to see thousands of pictures of these containers on boats. Some of those boats are owned by Paul Martin, our former Prime Minister. Inside those containers, children. There's 40,000 children's foundations in Canada. Now, these containers have been coming and going from Canada. Paul Martin knew about it. John Chrétien knew about it. Stephen Harper knew about it. Peter MacKay knew about it. Justin Trudeau knew about it. And that fat-ass Kim Campbell knew about it. And they let it happen. This is what's going on. We're shut down for a virus while the Marines are rescuing millions of children from the underground.
Even the left knew that the Clinton Foundation was dirty. They sold uranium to our biggest enemy, Russia. Nothing. No.
Okay, early life. Hillary Clinton is Jewish. Did you know that?
Can take confidential, top secret emails and put them on her server at her home. Something you and I would go to prison for. We would be in prison for the rest of our lives. Not a big deal. Benghazi? No. Not only did we show you that we were gun running to a group in Syria that became ISIS, that's what we were doing in Benghazi. Not only that...
Crazy how it always ends up being the case. I tell you how this works. You become president of the United States, then you need to get initiated. You go to the wall in Israel, you pledge allegiance to their god, and then you go on Epstein Island, you do some fucked up shit, they have you on camera. Then your wife is somehow Jewish every single time, because, for example, the wife of Trump, a lot of people don't know about this, Ivanka is also Jewish. And then you have children with this Jewish wife, which all the presidents need to go through this process. And then the children marry Israelis. Now you have a situation where then Ivanka gets a child, and then she marries Jared Kushner. And Jared Kushner is an Israeli. He buys then the 666 building in Manhattan. Then you run, for example, a presidential election campaign. Kamala Harris versus Trump. Now, I already explained that Trump is owned by these people. And then some people say, yeah, but what if Kamala Harris would have gotten elected? Then your conspiracy wouldn't work because this is someone else. No, because Kamala Harris' husband is also Jewish. It doesn't matter for left or right. It doesn't matter. Now you look at Biden, and then he has like sons, right? His sons are married to Israelis. How many times does this need to be the case for you to open your eyes and be like, this does seem odd, like it's not normal. And then you look at Bush, and he has a daughter. And Bush's daughter is also married to an Israeli. Barbara Bush. Incredible. The only guy that has not... I feel a bit better. The only guy that has not his children being married to Jewish people is because his wife is a man. And that is Barack Obama. I mean, I think everyone knows by now that's Michael and not Michelle. You don't need to be fucking a rocket scientist to see through that now, slowly. Right? Are you for real? Of course. Of course. Michelle Obama and now Barack's wife. Yeah, I am 100%. 100%. He got also accused of his half-brother. Obama has a half-brother. And he said that Obama, his brother, is gay. And he sold his soul. And that you should ask a little bit about his wife. Why did he say that? Now, we are not done yet with this situation. There is like, okay, you have like the Bush administration, the Obama administration, the Biden administration, the Trump administration, all of them married to Jewish people, including the children. And you want to tell me that this is now an... I don't know, man.
But just the killing of a U.S. ambassador, and, might I point out, on Veterans Day, we abandon our troops. Did anything happen? Nope. Nope. Nothing. I'm tired of it.
No, it's okay, Moise.
I'm tired
you can ask questions.
of actually being open and saying, okay, well, let's look into the spying on this presidential candidate. That's a pretty hefty charge. Were they doing it? And then finding out, yes, they were, and nothing happens.
Yeah, Zelensky is also Jewish, and he is basically the president, you can say, of the Khazarian kingdom. And I don't know if you know about this, but basically there is like the Ashkenazi Jews, they are Canaanites, so that's why they can't really do like DNA tests, and that's why people say they are not real Semites. They are Europeans, because there was a tribe, it was imagine the Spartans of the Jewish people were the Khazarian Jews, okay? And this is where the Holocaust word comes from also, because they used to burn children in a statue called Moloch and call it Holocaust, a burnt offering. And they would heat up the ground of the statue, and they would open it like an oven and put babies inside. Yes, I believe in jinn. And then it went on further. And these people had a specific area, this Khazarian kingdom. And they had a tamaga. A tamaga is like basically like a ribbon. It's called the Khazarian tamaga or the seal of Moloch. It's the same. And coincidentally, that is the symbol they have on the flag of Ukraine. Yeah, I'm Muslim. You mean the trident? I show you. So, this is completely real, and this statue here in the past, as you can see, it was a very big statue. And they would have like some sort of festivals where they would take specifically white children, Caucasian children, because they accuse them of, I don't know, destroying the Second Temple and all this dog shit, even though they are not real Jews. And they would burn the children in here, and they would call this a Holocaust. And the Ukrainian crest and the Moloch sigil and the Khazarian tamaga is the exact same, as you can see. And Zelensky, the president of this place, is Jewish. A lot of coincidences, right? That fucked you up, right? Be honest. I see that Ukrainian sigil everywhere in my neighborhood.
He was colluding with Russia.
They don't know what it stands for, that's the thing.
Gosh, that should be the biggest scandal of all time if that were true. If it wasn't true, and it was started, and evidence, paperwork even showed that they knew, all the way to the White House. You'd think that would be even a bigger story. Lying to the FISA courts, nothing. Creating an enemies list, nothing. Using our own intelligence agencies to assist in this operation. Spending millions of dollars on a claim they knew that wasn't true. The collusion on Russia, they knew it before the president was ever elected.
And means will. I guess that's the official story.
The loss of billions of tax dollars in Ukraine, no big deal. The lies and the collusion with the Obama administration in Ukraine, no big deal.
They are all
Hunter
actors.
Biden?
That's the thing that I try to also emphasize a lot. If you understand this, you will have an easier time to detach yourself from these politicians. All of these guys that you see are actors, including Trump. He's just an actor. Zelensky is just an actor. They are professional actors. It's like you watch WWE. They are just actors. even the mind-boggling situation that Zelensky is part of a Netflix show where he plays the president of Ukraine and is a comedian, and after the show is finished, he becomes the president of Ukraine for real, for real. That just doesn't make sense. Yeah, and Trump, it was in so many movies. Let me actually see, how many movie appearances did Trump have? I will get you the list now of all his performances. Okay, Trump made dozens of appearances from 1980 to early 2000s. Movies: Ghosts Can Do It, Home Alone 2, The Little Rascal, Across the Sea of Time, Eddie, The Associate, 40, 54, Zoolander, 2 Weeks Notice, The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, The Nanny, Suddenly Susan, Sex and the City, Spin City, The Drew Carey Show, The Job, and others like Days of Our Lives, The Jeffersons, etc. Like, there is so many appearances of him in like TV shows and movies, you would just assume he's an actor. Is there any way to get the video? Which one?
Forget about Burisma. What was that, $7 billion? Ha! Who cares? Look at Hunter Biden and his father in China. Oh, but we don't have any proof of that. Yes, we do. We have all the proof anyone who cares to be honest needs. We have all the documents on his own frickin' laptop, which have been verified for people that were working with him.
Okay, now Biden. He's talking about Biden. Who is Hunter Biden's wife? Melissa Cohen Biden. Is she Jewish? Yes. Okay. Does Hunter Biden have a brother? Okay. Hunter Biden had another brother, Joseph R. Biden. Okay. Was his wife also Jewish? Yes, Haley is Jewish. She was born and raised in a Jewish family in Delaware. Haley Biden. Theo Biden's widow dated Hunter 2016-2019. Current wife, yes, Jewish. Like, okay, he dated someone before and she was Jewish. Then he marries again and that person is also Jewish. But his first ex is not Jewish. So so Beau Biden's wife is Jewish. Hunter's current wife is also Jewish. So 2 brothers now you have. 2 children of yeah. Okay, let's see the daughters. What about the daughters? Are they married to Jews? Now the thing is with this situation, in Judaism it's only important if the woman is Jewish. If the man is not Jewish, it doesn't matter. Because the lineage of Judaism only gets inherited through the womb. So I wouldn't be surprised if the daughters don't marry Jews, but maybe they do still. Okay, Naomi Biden, married to Nicholas Riordan in November 2022. Nicholas is Jewish. Yeah, what shall I tell you, man? What shall I tell you? We can do this till tomorrow. Here, Finnegan Biden. Dating Jamie Brandt. Jamie is Jewish. So the entire fucking lineage is married to Jews. Just because, why not? Then we can, I don't know, Barbara Bush. How many children does Bush have? How many children does Bush have? Yeah, 2% only. So George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush. George Walker Bush and Herbert Walker Bush. That is the old guy, that is the newer one. This is his father, this is his son. I meant George W. Okay. If you meant different Bush, no. I meant the 43rd president. Who are his children? Okay, Barbara Pierce Bush. We start with Barbara. Is Barbara's husband Jewish? No, Craig Coyne. Craig Coyne is a Jewish name. He was born and raised in Ohio, later moved to Atlanta and then Los Angeles, New York for acting. His family background is Catholic, Irish, American, Scottish, English on his mother's side. There has never been any public mention of Jewish heritage, a bar mitzvah, Jewish wedding customs, or Jewish identification on Craig Coyne. But that is a Jewish name. I don't understand. Hey. Wait a second. I need to double check this. I don't believe this somehow. This specific one I don't believe because of his name. You watch this until I investigate him.
Who were Democrats that had those same emails on their computer? Nothing. The scandal of our Justice Department, the deep state, which I didn't believe in 4 years ago. My gosh, you've got to be dead and probably voting in the last election if you don't see the deep state. The corruption of our media telling us to deny our own eyes. There's a car on fire, and they're like, oh, nothing's happening here. It's totally peaceful. There's a car on fire behind you, but we're not supposed to notice that. Good has been made evil, and evil is made good. They ask you now to don't believe your own.
Hey. Bro, I googled now Barbara Bush, yeah? That isn't even the daughter of him. That is the first lady, Barbara Bush. How do you know Trump's wife is Jewish? Well, when you attend bar mitzvah, when you wear a Star of David, and you say that you are Jewish, then you probably are. And her daughter is also married to a Jewish person. And you know how she got introduced to Trump? The first interaction Ivanka had with Trump was on Epstein's airplane, on Epstein's jet.
Own eyes believe us. Our country is being torn apart on the streets by radicals who are marching with no Trump, no Biden, no America signs. But don't worry about that. This is just a peaceful group. Really? Our children are being indoctrinated with all kinds of crap, telling them that they're racist because of the color they were born with. The teachers' unions completely out of control. The lies of Black Lives Matter, Inc. And no one seems to care. No one seems to care that Black Lives Matter is actually a corporation. That Black Lives Matter, on their own manifesto, said they wanted to destroy the nuclear family. But that's all fine. Antifa? No. They're not wild in the streets. It's only an idea. Yeah, kind of like Nazism was an idea. But yet, if you support the Constitution, if you just say, I want a fair and legal count, you're a radical. You're an anti-government zealot. I've had it. I've had enough. I almost didn't make the show last week because this is what I wanted to say to you. Except it would have been followed with, so, see you later.
This guy is pissed.
Photo print.
To the
No.
Ah, yeah, there is also an Epstein Island in Haiti. I forgot about that.
The Clinton Foundation.
Did you know? So basically, in Haiti, there is another of these Epstein Islands. There's multiple ones of these. It's not only Epstein Island. It's only one of them. But that makes sense. You like imagine you have these spots all over the world, and part of this is also the Hilton hotels. So the Hilton hotels are part of this child sex trafficking ring. There is some sort of Epstein Island in Haiti. There is multiple outlets in Hollywood for freak-off parties. Diddy is not the only one. And Diddy is working with these guys. That's why he is so close to the government and helps them in the elections and stuff like this. It's because they are all just one group of pedophiles and Satanists. But they are not the ones that rule the country. They are just the ones that want to be famous and have money and all this dog shit. And they sell their soul. And they don't care, you know. It's just they want to be... Imagine the biggest shills on this planet are presidents.
And its role in human trafficking in the region. She was later found dead of apparent suicide. Max McCoby served as James Alefantis' lawyer in a blackmail case against ex-boyfriend David Brock. In 2008, Comet Ping Pong wanted to obtain the permissions needed to operate and hold events later than midnight. One man who I mentioned...
Okay, who do we see at Comet Ping Pong? I saw basically Pizzagate. The wife of Huma Abedin. The guy on the left. That you know now is officially a pedophile. These lot are all pedophiles.
Episode 5, Pizzagate, named Frank Winstead, claimed Alefantis was going to turn the neighborhood into a haven for rapes and murders. It was Michael McCoby that then chimed in to defend Alefantis and Comet Ping Pong, claiming that he would remove anyone that got in Comet's way. This all happened at a community meeting. Michael McCoby was the leadership advisor for Friends of the Orphans. One person visited the White House only a few hours later. Can you guess who? James Alefantis has a special privilege with customs when shipping live art, never having to even show anyone what he is actually transporting inside the container.
So, when you, for example, think about this situation, you need to realize they have like their own code words. You know, they have like, they are kind of in your face, but they still care about not saying specifically, yeah, we're gonna rape now this child. So, when they want to order underage girls and children, basically, they just say, yeah, we're gonna order for 30k pizzas for 1 hour. These are the emails that got leaked about these people, Clinton, Hillary, and all these guys. So then when you read this, like the emails are on WikiLeaks, when you read this, you'll be like, okay, how can you order pizza for an hour? You just order the pizza and then you eat it. Unless what you order is not a pizza, but it is like a service that you want to take advantage of for a specific amount of time. And how many people are in the White House? You think realistically they would even be able to buy pizzas for 30k? You know how many pizzas that is? If it's really just pizzas and margarita and shit, you wanna tell me you can order 30k of margarita, salami and fucking fungi, pizza fungi and all this dog shit, and then spend 30k on that? Yeah. What are they showing? It's basically, after this, like, frazzled rap dog shit happened and this Pizzagate stuff, they showed on television how they were sitting and everyone received basically, like, this envelope. But only Hillary had, like, within the envelope, another one. A smaller one. And they are just, saying something was in that is important. But yeah, I think this is not so important. Who cares about this? We have so many like strong evidences of them doing the most horrific things to children. Who cares about that?
Moral army.
Are they doing this because they are being told to? What do you think? Imagine it like this. The world is a triangle, okay? And the people in power, which are Jewish, they turn it upside down. Now this is reflected within this pyramid. There is like smaller pyramids, like they make up the bigger one. And these smaller pyramids are like Nike, the food industry, the health industry, Hollywood, government, this and that. And the further you want to advance into this, these organizations, the more you need to think. Why? When you want to control the narrative of the humans over phone and media and stuff, what they all own, you have to have the people that are the most famous ones somehow implicated so that they can never turn against you. So you will own everything. For example, now there's a guy, he comes to Hollywood and he wants to become famous and have the music deals and the money and the cars and stuff like this. Now you have to go on Epstein Island, you need to do fucked up shit, and the more fucked up shit that you do, the more things you will get from them, because they can control you. They cannot afford to have like a person with 2 billion followers on Instagram and saying true things, because then it breaks the narrative. So instead of that, the reality is in such a case that you have now a situation where COVID, for example, happens, and all these politicians and these stars, music stars, movie stars, all tell you if you are a fan of them, you should get vaccinated. This is how these fucked up people are always at the top. But they are not really at the top, they are at the bottom. Because your soul is... if you give away your soul for this dog shit, dunya, you know, it's just... You are losing. You're not the winner. So that's the issue. No Kazuya, bro, I'm ill. I played Kazuya today, actually. I played GOD2 ranks. But I can't be asked now. Any other questions? That is also not exclusive to Europeans and Americans, by the way. It is also in the UAE, it's also in Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman and stuff. Because when you also, I can back this up with Islamic eschatology, when Israel has already fallen, the Mahdi will liberate first Saudi Arabia and then Iran. If their leaders there are so legit and real Muslims, why would you need to free them, free the country from them? But at the end, this is Satan making them do this so that they can ask him for favors, right? It's not Satan directly, because the... okay, I will... Because you're Muslim, I will explain out of a Muslim perspective. You know, there was 2 angels that tested the Jewish people, right? And the Jewish people were told that when they do sihr, they will never go to heaven. As sihr is basically black magic. But what is this knowledge and how do they do black magic? So they want to have a fake version of what Solomon was able to do naturally, because he got it gifted by God. Solomon, which is basically Suleiman, the guy that they worship and they want to build the temple for, the temple, the third temple, is the temple of Suleiman, Solomon. The guy that was doing basically ordering jinn. So now they need to sacrifice children for jinn so that they can profit from their powers. But the problem is that Suleiman was above the jinn, but these people are under the jinn. Because they do compromise themselves to have a specific frequency so they can enter this shaitanic realm. Yeah, this is it's just jinn making humans doing human. Yeah, the jinn basically demands of the person to do something which is against the will of God. And what is the worst thing on this planet that you can do? It is hurting children. Why? Because a child's energy is the purest form you can have on this planet. They are not corrupted yet. They are raw. They can become anything with the right inputs. And they hurt the children. Because they are the closest to the event horizon of coming from God on this earth. So they do all the time something with children. It's either raping them, sodomizing them, torturing them, killing them, eating them, something fucked up like this, right? So yeah. And the book that they, the Jewish people, they have multiple books. Yeah, we will win. The good will win. Now, basically. So the books that they have are multiple ones, and you, in order to understand their drive, let's say, you need to know what the specific books are for. So you have the written Torah, which is just the Old Testament, right? Yeah, in our life, trust me. I will explain to you also why. Where did you learn about the jinn and the sihr stuff? Hadiths. So anyways, you have now a situation where they have the written Torah. Okay? Then they have the Talmud. But the Talmud is the oral Torah. It explains the traditions of how to interpret the written Torah. So when they gaslight you and say, yeah, we only believe in the Torah and not in the Talmud, you can't forget about it because they lie. Without the Talmud, the Torah is useless. And then you have something called Zohar. The Zohar is the part where they basically write down a war plot on how to conquer humanity. What you can find there is a refugee crisis, 9/11, making Christians and Muslims fight against each other in a dome, which is Rome, which is America as the head and Europe as the body. And you have the LGBTQ movement, you have the fact that they need non-binary people on the planet, otherwise the Messianic kingdom is not complete. So when they explain why it is important to have non-binary people, they speak in the following. So they say, when you lie to the humans enough, you eventually reach a point where you can't lie more. So in order to make them lose their compass, so that they cannot distinguish between falsehood and truth, it's like a brainwashing situation. You need to present them with a situation that is unbelievable, so that they need to lie to themselves. So now you have a situation where Hulk Hogan comes in front of you and, for example, he says, I'm a woman. You know that he is not a woman, but in order to not get shunned in society and cancelled because we care about what other people think of us, you will now pretend as if what he is saying is correct, and you kind of lie to yourself internally. So now there is another step taking where you are not getting lied by other people anymore, but the inner voice that you have is deceiving you. So you are deceiving yourself. That is the final stage. If that is not the case, they cannot do what they do. There need to be specific things that the humans adhere to or believe in or are divided on, so that the mental frame is shaped in such a way that you can sell anything to them. Basically dumbing humanity down. So then there is, now this was the Zohar. Now we go to the Jewish mysticism Kabbalah. This is the book that the Illuminati and the Freemasons use. When you hear, for example, in the past people say, yeah, the Kabbalists, the Illuminati, the Satanists, blah, blah, blah. They do rituals, this and that. This book is about that. Jewish Kabbalah mysticism. Jewish black magic. Crazy, I know. And within this book, you have something called the Tree of Life. And this Tree of Life basically is supposed to explain the fabric of reality. And when you research this deeply enough, they basically state that the world is a holographic illusion. And that you perceiving the world creates reality. So when someone goes between your senses, so what you eat, what you see, what you hear, then he can manufacture what reality becomes. Because he is between you, the decoder of the matrix, and him, the basically architect. Because the architect redirects your attention span towards things that he wants you to decode, so you walk towards a future that they desire. How do they achieve this? Creating their own future is by also lying about the past. They see the human brain as a decoding machine, and when they can tell you a fake story of the past, they can maneuver you into an artificial future that would not exist if you wouldn't believe in 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust, for example. Or, yeah, the Jewish people have been kicked out 2,000 years out of every country that they ever went to because the people were jealous of them. Never again is now.
IDF is the most moral army in the world. I repeat, it's the most moral army in the world.
Well, that brings
it's
me...
not shooting.
Okay.
It's not, one second, one more sentence, Mr. Morgan, please.
Okay.
Is not shooting at population, is not shooting an innocent population. But you tell me, what do we need to do when Hamas terrorists are hiding behind human people, are hiding behind schools,
You know the first thing you could do?
underground of hospitals? What do we need to do?
You know the first thing you could do? You could lift the ban that the Israeli government has put on international journalists going into Gaza so that all the claims that you make, which always blame Hamas for absolutely everything, could be verified by independent journalists. Why don't you do that? Why for 20 months have you banned international media from going into Gaza? An unprecedented ban for any modern warfare. Why have you done this?
Well, I want to tell you that, first of all, you have to understand something. The IDF army is not trained to shoot in bursts. They are trained to shoot through sights in a single shot mode. That means they are not shooting like in the movies, like you think, spraying all over.
What's that got to do with the media being banned?
I will tell you right now. So if you'll just let me finish. So you would agree with me that if the IDF would have shot in bursts, Gaza would have been a parking lot within 12 hours, and that would have been much more dangerous to the. No, it's not.
You've destroyed 70% of Gaza already, and you're carrying on destroying the rest.
For the Gazans
Gaza is a parking lot. With all due respect, Minister, you have reduced two-thirds of Gaza to a parking lot. Why are you pretending otherwise?
Mr. Morgan. No, I'm not pretending. I don't need to pretend.
Funny?
I'm saying the reality like it is. No,
you think that's funny?
Of course, it's funny. It's funny when you think that I'm pretending. I'm sitting here in front of you. I don't have to.
She tries to twist it so badly. Yeah, this is what these Jews are. They always also say the opposite of what they mean. Always. They say the opposite of what they are. Whatever they say they are the opposite of that. And whatever they say they are not, they are this. So when they say fucking we are God's chosen people, they are chosen by Satan. When they say we are only peacemakers, they are the ones that create war. This is also something that they say, for example. Yeah, we just want to bring peace. We are peacemakers. We do want to make the Middle East a better place. But they do the exact opposite. Always. They always do the exact opposite. They tell, for example, all the Gentile nations, yeah, you need to become a melting pot. And then when they go home, they say they want to become an ethno-state. Why did you say we will win in our lifetime? I believe the AI stuff and all that will peak. AI, bro, is gonna not peak in about 80 to 100 years, bro. That shit is gonna exponentially explode. I guess we have till 2030. Another one. There is a Jewish, like, history where they made like some sort of mourning festival. They call it Black Shabbat. And Israel basically has never existed longer than 80 years. So now we are in year, I think, 78. I am pretty sure that in 2026 the decline of Israel will start. The entire year. You will see something that you would have never believed 10 years ago. They call it the 8th decade curse. And also the funny part about this is the real Jews. Now we are not talking about these faggot Israelis. Like they are not in this like a global Kabbalah kind of thing. They are just useful retards. What they accuse everyone else of. And they have no idea that while they were always saying that yeah, these fucking animals, these Gentiles, this and that, in reality they were Gentiles too. Now, they are not real Jews. So this is why they are expendable. They are trying to destroy Israel in order to create Armageddon. Because in their ideology, when Israel is about to fall, God sends the Messiah. But the problem is, what they don't understand, the Messiah has already come. And the Messiah of them was Jesus. But they called him a son of a bitch, that his mother is a whore, that he is of the devil. Then they killed him. They ordered the Romans, like they always do. The Romans now are the Americans. And then they said, yeah, this because what he preached didn't align with their greedy expectations. And then they say, yeah, the Messiah didn't come, that was a fake Messiah, the Jesus. So the real Messiah is about to come, but since they are of the devil will give them a Messiah. But it's the anti-Messiah, the Antichrist. So now, when they achieve this like situation, they think this will bring about a new world order, in which they are officially now the rulers of the planet. Not like it is now where they need to hide behind the American government and then fucking infiltrate it, blah blah blah. No, this will then be an official situation and everyone needs to just accept that. Wait, how are the Romans the Americans again? So the Romans are the Americans because the Jewish people, they know the Romans for longer than when it was called Rome. Before it was called Rome, it was called Edom. And Edom becomes the Romans, and then the Romans destroy the second temple. Now they have a grudge against the Romans. They hate the Romans. The Romans, the Roman Empire, becomes the American Empire as the head, and Europe as the body. Basically Christendom. So the followers of Christ. Now they use Edom always for their dirty work. I went to sleep. I came back. I had like, that's why I can't sleep now. So yeah, that's why Edom and Rome is the same, and that's America. And then how do you know also specifically that Edom is Rome and Rome is America now? When they talk about 9/11, they don't say America, they say Edom. Mr. Butterscotch, from where do I know this? So yeah, when they speak about the two tall towers that are gonna fall and create a lot of wars in the Middle East, they say they are in Edom. And Edom is America. And you know how they gonna fucking destroy America? So in their idea, you have to now understand that Freemasonry and Judaism is the same. They think they create the world that they want through chaos. Because when you think about it, Corona is chaos, 9/11 is chaos, October the 7th is chaos. All these things that they do is chaos. In Freemasonry, this is called Ordo ab Chaos. Okay, order out of chaos. In order for them to create the new world order, they need to destroy the old worldly order. And the old worldly order is that Edom is the strongest country on the planet. The world's superpower. In order for them to emerge out of this chaos and become the new superpower, they need to destroy the old one, which is America, and you're gonna see this soon. Like this Trump stuff and yeah, Epstein and all this shit, and people starting to realize that their government is basically just some pedophiles that are getting blackmailed by Epstein and stuff. That is on purpose. And America is gonna be crazy because, bro, everyone there has weapons. It's gonna be like the Purge. You already see what happens in America once there's like some tumult or like some riots and shit. They go loot the stores. They kick the shit out of random people. They fucking... it's just a dysfunctional society, I call it. All it needs is a push, you know, all it needs is one push and then shit goes down. And then, you know how they prepare this talking point? They say, yeah, any country that goes against the Jewish people is gonna get cursed and the country is gonna decline. So now the Americans are starting to go against them. And then they, since they own the stock market, they own the Federal Reserve, they own your media, they own basically your entire country. Yeah, of course they can destroy your country. Overnight. People think this can't be possible. But once you realize their influence is out of any type of rational understanding. You know? You cannot rationalize it in any shape or form. Not statistically and not in any other way. They are only 2% of their population, but they own virtually everything. And when these people say, when you go against us, your country is gonna decline, it's not like a threat from their god, it is a threat from themselves. Anyways, I hope you are enjoying this conspiracy stream. I stopped talking, I stopped saying conspiracy theory streams because there is no theory anymore. I swear. What the fuck, this is ugly as shit. What? Why do they look like they have Down syndrome? Hello Medusa, I want to say thank you for sharing your thoughts about Tekken and how to play Tekken. Help me become a better player than I am now. I hope someday Tekken will be Tekken again. Hopefully, Richard. Hopefully, man. No problem, by the way. I'm gonna be back on Tekken soon also. Maybe I do a Tekken stream tomorrow. When I was ignorant, I felt better, perhaps. Well, this is like the Matrix, you know, when, do you want to be Cypher or do you want to be Neo? Do you want to know what's going on or do you want to be just like waking up in your bed, believing what you want and just, you know, enjoying yourself? The thing is, bro, you don't have to be like you don't have to be in despair or something, because the good side is gonna win, obviously. Satan is not gonna win over God, no? That doesn't make sense. Their plan is gonna fuck up around the time where they start World War III. Their plans are gonna get fucked up. Hello Medusa, I played well and had random flash ducks in matchup. How do you defend against cheating accusations? You tell the guy that he shall watch the replay, and when you don't use cheats, your inputs, they have different types of like numbers. Sometimes you duck and stand up on 2 frames, sometimes 3, sometimes 1, sometimes 5, sometimes 4. And the way you use your inputs is just obvious if it's cheats or not. Medu's World War III estimate dates approximately, or it's hard to say, but I think until 2030. But to be fair, the question is bad because we are already in it. When do you define World War III? When do you define it? We are already inside. No, I don't know. They want to make it mandatory to go to the army in Germany, and then what is trending in Germany? Goodbye Germany. I ain't going to war, man, for them, but fuck that. All 18-year-old men need to go to... Damn. I ain't gonna do this. Wait, really? Yeah, really. I guess this is gonna happen in the UK also. What's the script in the UK with going to the army? I wanna see when they fucking release the stuff about Bill Clinton. I guess it happens in the next 2-3 days. Did you know that DJ Khaled is Palestinian? Yeah, I know. Yeah, Khaled is a seller. There was a video this guy posted that shows all the Jewish, like...
They were considered Khazar Russians and Eastern Europeans whose ancestors converted to Judaism in 740 AD under their king, King Bulan.
Yeah, this was it. So what I explained before, when we say that the Israeli Jews are not Jewish, they are Europeans, and they have no ancestral blood connection to the Israelites, because Judaism is a religion about race and genetics. So if you don't have the genetics, it doesn't matter if you convert to the religion. You can't, because you're not one of the God's chosen people by birthright, you know? So this king was so disgusted. So first of all, these people were getting hired as mercenaries to fight for other countries. They fight wars for them. And it was a kingdom where everything was allowed. Sodomy, pedophilia, rape, everything. And the king was so disgusted of his own people that he said, we need to abide now to one of the three Abrahamic religions, because then we have like some specific guidelines and a ruling on what we can do and what we cannot do, and we will enforce it. So they were first not sure which religion they take. Something happened that they took Judaism, but no one knows what happened. Like, no one knows why the king took Judaism instead of Christianity or Islam. He just took Judaism.
One of the world's dirtiest secrets is that the exterminated Jews in Nazi Germany were not considered real Jews.
So the ones that they fight against the Germans in Germany, against these like Jews that subverted basically their country, they are not fighting against the people that are actually doing it. They are just fighting against these guys. These guys are always getting thrown. This is the military kind of segment of the Jewish people. And because they don't see them as real Jews, they don't care if they die, if it furthers their overall goals.
They were considered Khazar Russians and Eastern Europeans whose ancestors converted to Judaism in 740 AD under their king, King Bulan. Their bloodline dates back to the Turkish tribes and to the powerful empire of Khazaria that once controlled all of Russia.
So in this area now is Ukraine, okay? And that's why the Ukrainian flag now has the Khazarian tamaga on the flag.
Arthur Kessler, who wrote The 13th Tribe, claims that over 90% of today's Jews are racially non-Jewish and have no genetic relationship to the 12 tribes of Israel. Today's Jews, says Kessler, are more related to Attila the Hun than King Solomon of Israel. 2,000 years ago, when
you look into the into Islam, or when you look into the Bible, it says these people that call themselves Jews but are not really. The theory is that they chose Judaism because the territory was located between Muslims and Christian territories, so choosing Judaism would allow them to prevent picking a side. That is actually very interesting. Thank you for that. I didn't know this.
The Roman conquerors evicted the 12 tribes from Israel. The largest tribes, called Dan and Naphtali, settled in Denmark and Norway.
Yeah, that also makes geographically, that makes sense.
Viking king, called King Canute.
Geographically, that also makes sense. fuck? What the fuck is that? Damn. Laura Luma is a man also, by the way. Did you, like, most likely? Like, this is a man. This is not a woman. You can tell it's a dude. Let's be honest, you can tell. So obvious.
From Jeffrey Epstein and what they say about Donald Trump. I'm Caitlin Collins on Capitol Hill, and this is The Source.
Now, the ironic part about this stuff is, now you are watching how a Jewish media outlet is reporting on developments regarding a Jewish a child sex trafficking ring in order to blackmail American politicians. That is the ironic part about it. You are getting, so it is like going to court and the defendant, the persecutor, the lawyer and the judge is one person. Oh, this is hilarious, man.
And as we come on the air tonight from the U.S. Capitol, the House of Representatives has voted to finally reopen the federal government. President Trump is expected to sign the bill, making it official live this hour. We'll bring that to you when it happens inside the Oval Office shortly. And with this return to D.C., for the House at least, comes new information about the story that the president has tried to shrug off, but just can't. Jeffrey Epstein mentioned Donald Trump by name multiple times in private emails over the last 15 years. Since we broke that news here early this morning, the White House has been in damage control mode, including a top-level meeting that happened inside the Situation Room. Yes, the National Security Nerve Center, where officials once monitored the bin Laden raid, was used today as part of a pressure campaign to block the release of the Epstein files in the possession of the Department of Justice. CNN's cameras spotted the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, actually leaving the White House after that meeting between top officials that included her and the FBI director and Republican Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. It was the culmination of an ultimately unsuccessful effort to get Boebert and Congresswoman Nancy Mace to change their votes when it came to a discharge petition here on Capitol Hill to release the files that the DOJ has on Jeffrey Epstein. The press secretary described it, though, as a show of transparency.
Maybe I should make some eggs. You know what?
Doesn't it show
Eggs are good, man.
that
Eggs are good. Eggs are good. I'm gonna make some eggs, but I'm gonna watch from my phone. I come back. I need some fucking nutrients. I am only eating chocolate, fucking breakfast biscuits. Yeah, of course I can't get better like that.
Members of the Trump administration are willing to brief members of Congress whenever they please? Doesn't that show our level of transparency? Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns? That's a defining factor of transparency. Having discussions with members of Congress about various issues, and I'm not going to detail conversations that took place in the Situation Room.
The White House did confirm, CNN's reporting, that meeting was happening inside the Situation Room there. And that meeting happened today, just a couple of hours after we got new insight into the relationship between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. It includes an email that was turned over by Jeffrey Epstein's private estate to Congress, including one from April 2011, where Epstein wrote to Ghislaine Maxwell this: "I want you to realize that that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Redacted spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there." Ghislaine Maxwell responded, "I have been thinking about that, ... Now, Democrats on the House Oversight Committee redacted the victim's name there. They said she was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. That's why her name was not put out. Republicans, though, identified her as Virginia Giuffre. She is one of Jeffrey Epstein's most prominent accusers, who died by suicide in April and wrote in her book about how her father worked as a maintenance worker at Mar-a-Lago and when she was introduced to Donald Trump and described him as friendly. In another email, this time when Trump was in office in 2019 in his first term, Jeffrey Epstein emailed the author Michael Wolff about Donald Trump, saying that he had asked Epstein to resign his membership at Mar-a-Lago. Epstein wrote then and said, "Trump said he asked me to resign, never a member ever. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop." That appears to be a reference to Maxwell recruiting employees at Mar-a-Lago, which the president has said he found out about and put a stop to.
He took people that worked for me, and I told him don't do it anymore, and he did it. And I said, stay the hell out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, does that include Virginia Giuffre?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah, he stole her.
In another email that was released today, Epstein wrote about a young woman that he claimed he and Donald Trump both dated in the 90s, with Epstein writing about his, quote, 20-year-old girlfriend in 1993, and that Epstein, quote, gave her to Donald. Trump's association with Epstein has been long known in public, and he has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing when it comes to the late sex trafficker. But the president and his aides have been waging an intense pressure campaign that ultimately backfired here on Capitol Hill tonight, where that petition to force a vote on the release of the Epstein files now has all of the votes that it needs. The 218th vote came courtesy of the newest member of the House, Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva, who was sworn in today, 50 days after winning her election. Speaker Mike Johnson said tonight that that bill will get its vote here on Capitol Hill next week.
It's a totally pointless exercise. It is completely moot now. We might as well just do it. I mean, they have 218 signatures, that's fine, we'll do it.
The two members of Congress who have been leading the charge on this bill are my sources on the Hill tonight, Republican Congressman Thomas Massey and Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna. And thank you both for being here, obviously on a huge day for the two of you. I'll ask you, since he's the Republican House Speaker, he's calling it totally pointless exercise and completely moot. What do you make of his comments? Do you agree with those?
Well, the White House spent a lot of effort in the midst of a shutdown to stop a totally pointless exercise that's completely mute. And by the way, I got to give credit to Lauren Boebert to walk into the White House, the center of power, the free world, really, and to sustain that and to come back out and to be solid, and also to Nancy Mace and Marjorie Taylor Greene. There was all the speculation that they might take their names off, and they never did. So it's not a hoax. It's not a moot point. It is a very serious thing. There are 1,000 victims, and there are survivors who have had a press conference with Ro Khanna and I, and that's what we're fighting for, justice for them.
Did y'all talk to them at any point during this, as the White House was making clear they were targeting these members?
I talked to them. I don't want to say which one I had this conversation with, but one of them was told, we can't let Massey have a win. How petty is that? I mean, this is more than about political wins. It's about getting transparency and justice, which, by the way, this administration promised. You have the Vice President, J.D. Vance, you have the AG, you have the FBI Director. They've all done a 180 on this.
So the White House said to one of these members that they didn't want you to have a win here.
That's correct.
I mean, what does that say to you, Congressman Ro Khanna, as to the White House's motivation here? I mean, I think so many people look at this and say, why is the White House fighting this as hard as they are, and taking Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room, which is incredibly unusual based on my experience covering the White House?
They've really lost their way, because it was really Donald Trump, and more than Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, who in podcast after podcast said, release the Epstein files. And I give credit, of course, to the courage of Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert. They met with the survivors. It was personal. But I also give credit to Congressman Thomas Massie. I mean, he's got 3 billionaires literally pouring millions of dollars in his race against him to take him out simply because he wants these files released, which the president campaigned on. And you know what? The left and right are agreeing on one thing. It's time to get rid of the Epstein class, these rich and powerful people who rig the rules for themselves and ignore forgotten Americans.
So how many Republicans do you think are going to vote for this next week when Speaker Johnson brings it to a vote?
I think there's going to be a deluge of Republicans.
I'm back.
The longer this goes on, the more support we gain.
Let's go.
And I think the Speaker recognized that, and that's why after months of trying to stop us, he's decided to accelerate the vote, because he knows we're going to get votes, and that's going to carry momentum into the Senate. And that's why it's important to get a big vote in the House for Roe and I on this measure, is because that's where it goes next, is the Senate.
Yeah, so what happens here when it goes, if it passes and it does have that deluge of Republicans? I know you said today you thought 40 to 50 could potentially vote for it. Is that right?
Well, I think the Speaker's concluded if you can't stop the parade, you might as well lead it. And so now he's saying, I want to have the vote. I do think that you could get 30, 40, 50 Republicans voting for it, because what are we talking about? We're talking about rich and powerful men who abused young girls and told people in junior high to go recruit others to be raped or abused. That's what we're talking about. And we're saying that these victims want to expose the men who did this to them. Some of these men still have buildings named after them. Some of them still have scholarships named after them. Enough. And so I think when it's actually a vote on the House floor, do you want these files released? Republicans and Democrats are going to vote yes.
So what does it say if that happens and there are that many people who are in the House who vote?
You know what I'm thinking about? What will Israelis say when it is becoming public knowledge that their country is using children, their rape and their murder, to gain blackmail material on politicians in America and across the world? Like, what will be like the defense, last defense, like talking point? Yeah, you guys are dirty, look what you do, it's not our fault when you do this, or like what, this is all what I think about, is really, how are they gonna gaslight? Because I know they will still gaslight. They will still do it. Like, even if you know for a fact they did this and all this shit, they will somehow say maybe, yeah, we just gave the, we provided, but they did it, or something like that. Why are you angry at us?
For it, and the Senate doesn't take it up.
Well, you know, we used a discharge petition. This is a parliamentary procedure that's only available in the House. It's only been successful maybe 20 times in the history of our country. Like, we had a 4% probability, if you look at statistics, of getting this to the floor, but we succeeded. In the Senate, They don't have a discharge petition, but they do have other ways. Each senator is almost like their own rules committee over there. And by being dilatory or accelerating the process for other senators, they can cajole them into getting votes. And I think we could see a vote on this in the Senate.
Why do you think the president keeps calling it a hoax, as he did again today? And he basically said no real Republicans, no good Republicans that aren't stupid or bad would fall for this trap.
It's sad to me, because I actually didn't do this to score points against Donald Trump. I know Representative Massey didn't do it for that reason. We did it because we heard the stories of these survivors and we want justice for them. They're going to be out in front of the Capitol again on Tuesday. They were out about 2 months ago. And my guess is they're going to say the same thing. Mr. President, please meet with us. Listen to us. You can actually release these files. And I rather Donald Trump do the right thing, even if he gets a political win, than for us to go on ignoring women who've been abandoned before Trump's presidency. These women have not had justice. Donald Trump do the right thing, even if he gets a political win, than for us to go on ignoring.
What is ET for a time region? 9:11 p.m. ET.
Women who've been abandoned before Trump's presidency. They have not had justice for decades.
So you're saying it's bigger than Donald Trump?
It's much bigger than Donald Trump.
Because the White House is saying this is something
Eastern
Democrats didn't
time.
talk about when Joe Biden was in office, which we've asked you about before,
Eastern.
and said that that's the whole motivating factor here. But you say that that's not the case for you either?
No, and I think Roe can go back and find examples where he talked about these files. I can go back in my
I'm gonna leave that
and
uncommented.
show you examples where I talked about these files needing to be released before President Trump was the president. And I don't think it's about Trump. I looked at
also,
those.
so did President Trump, for the record.
Yes,
talked
he
about
did, for the
need
record.
files
And
to be
J.D.
released.
Vance.
Yeah, and members of the cabinet.
I looked at those emails there, and I don't think that implicates Trump any more than he's already been implicated. And I don't think he's trying to protect himself, per se. I think he's beyond embarrassment. Look, I was in an oversight committee when we were arguing, should he have paid the prostitute he had an affair with through campaign funds, or should he have used his personal funds? He's beyond embarrassment. That's what these files represent to him. I think there are people who are criminally implicated that aren't Donald Trump, but they may be his friends, and I think that's who he's trying to protect.
So you think he's just trying to cover up for other people?
For other people, and also probably for our own intelligence agencies.
But when you read that...
Which intelligence agency? Which intelligence agency, bro? When those get released, like you said, Medusa, America is going to be truly traumatized to the core with the amount of disgusting info it contains. Yeah, that's the plan. I'm always thinking like, okay, I know they want to do another 9/11, right? But what could be bigger than 9/11 than releasing the Epstein files? That is like a 9/11. I think that is the 9/11. The next one is this.
That email from the 2011 email that Jeffrey Epstein wrote to Ghislaine Maxwell, who is obviously serving her sentence right now, and he says that Trump is the dog that hasn't barked. I wonder what you read into that.
I think he's probably saying that why haven't they asked Trump anything? Why hasn't Trump spoken? But, you know, the reason this cuts right at Trump's message is people knew he wasn't perfect when they elected him. People knew he had a lot of things in his past, but he promised, he said, look,
files will get released and nothing will happen. No, this time not. You know, these like Jewish people, they think Trump is the last president of the United States before the United States collapses. When this releases and they realize the politicians in the White House currently, they have no government, they only have some satanic pedophiles there, I wouldn't be surprised if that leads to the decline of it.
May not be perfect, but I'm going to take on the corrupt elite. I'm going to take on these people who just pay off politicians and have impunity and are shafting you. And now he's become part of Washington, and people are like, what happened to him? Why has he become part of the swamp that he said he would drain? And so, in my view, what would redeem him after months of dragging this out is to release the files. For the life of me, I don't understand why he just doesn't release the files, and let's have the left and the right come together to say enough with the Epstein class. They need to go.
Yeah, and
I could be wrong, but I look at that email and about dogs barking. It's cryptic. Maybe they suspected he was going to inform on them. I don't know.
Okay, so you're saying there could be other interpretations.
Yeah.
I do want to clarify something, which I'm not sure is I've clarified before, but Stormy Daniels isn't a prostitute. She's a porn star that alleged to have slept with the president at the center of that agreement.
Trump's spiritual advisor and megachurch founder, Pastor Robert Morris, was just sentenced to 6 months in jail for sexually abusing a 12-year-old child. Okay.
But on this front, when
By
it
the
comes...
way, I say both should be legal.
When it comes to... that's a conversation for another time. But when it comes to the motivation here and how MAGA voters feel about this, I mean, you speak to these people. You're someone who has been outspoken against the White House, but you don't generally disagree with some of the things that President Trump does or has run on policy-wise. How do you explain to voters why the president is fighting your discharge petition or fighting the release of these this documents from the Justice Department?
Well, you know, I vote with my party 91% of the time, and which means I have agreed with the president 91% of the time. But when they're protecting pedophiles, when they are blowing our budget, when they are starting wars overseas, I'm sorry, I can't go along with that. And
I guess he's gonna go to Israel.
Back home, people agree with me. They understand, even the most ardent Trump supporters understand sometimes he gets bad advice, sometimes he gives bad advice, and we wouldn't model our lives after him, his personal life, and they're okay with that. I mean, you can still like Donald Trump in Kentucky and like what I'm doing and what Ro Khanna is doing, which is trying to get transparency.
Well, and we were watching Adelita Grijalva be sworn in today, and as soon as she was sworn in, she walked over and signed this discharge petition. Seconds later, you went up and shook her hand, as you noted, before any other Democrats had actually even gotten over to her side.
You couldn't hear what I said, but I apologized to her for what my own party did, which was to keep her from being sworn in and depriving an entire congressional district of representation for 49, 50 days, which, you know, I won a special election myself. I think I was sworn in within a week, and there was no reason to delay this other than the petty thing that now the speaker is accelerating. He tried to delay this vote. He deprived a congressional district of a congressperson. And now he says, well, okay, I guess I lost. We'll have the vote next week.
Do you think the White House has made this, and Speaker Johnson, by delaying swearing her in, has given this more attention? I mean, you said, according to your math, that 4% chance of this actually succeeding. Do you think they've actually done the opposite of what they intended to do here?
I do. I think they miscalculated. I think they thought they could bully people off the petition. Obviously, they tried. They invited members of Congress to the Situation Room, and I think they thought the media would forget about it. But you know, Caitlin, there are a lot of days you're in Congress. I've been in Congress 9 years, where you start to wonder, is it worth it? It's frustrating. You don't get anything done. I've voted against President Trump probably 98% of the time, and yet Thomas Massey and I came together, and we actually achieved something that's going to get justice for victims.
I think they do everything at once. Like the Civil War is not going to suck only because of Epstein files. Financial crashes obviously are going to be part of it.
We're going to see President
the stock market crashing,
the federal government,
the money being useless.
What would you say to him when it comes to, if you were advising him, which I know you're not, but if you were on how to handle the Epstein situation going forward?
I would say there's still time to be a hero. Speaker Johnson has decided to pull the Band-Aid off. Trump could one-up him and say, well, Johnson wants to have the vote Wednesday. I want to release the Epstein files Tuesday. And he could literally be a hero. And he would bring back his base, which he's alienated a lot of his base with his statement that you're no longer my supporter and you never were if this is what you're for. But he could also bring over some Democrats and independents. I know he doesn't have to run again for office.
Keine Ahnung, warum.
And
Was hast du denn geschrieben?
Do, and I think it would behoove the Republican
YouTube
Party,
macht das
frankly,
automatisch
if you would show
manchmal.
leadership on this.
You're saying it could hurt Republicans in the future if they vote against this when Trump is no longer in office?
Yeah, the promise now to my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, they're handing out Trump endorsements like Pez candy over here in the Capitol and saying, take one of these and it'll protect you from the Epstein vote. The problem is this Epstein vote, the record is going to last longer than Trump's presidency. And so what are you going to do in 2028 or 2030 when he's no longer president and you sit in a debate either with a Democrat or another Republican?
When is Trump's presidency over? Do you know? Oh. Okay, I think this is gonna happen. The Epstein shit is gonna get released slowly. The people are gonna freak out. Trump is about to end his while Israel is getting fucked, Trump is about to end his term, and then he gets assassinated, allegedly. They will blame it on Iran, and then they will say we need to go to war, and everything is kinda like on ice. Because they always like to do these rituals 3 times. So the first time he got fake shot at his ear. The second time there was a sniper that got, like, basically they prevented him to reach his goal before he could take a shot. And then they said it was an Iranian-backed assassin, officially. And the third time, I guess, is gonna be his last performance. I am pretty sure this, like, Trump is gonna be the last president before the country goes to shit, is because they will kill him. But they will not kill him for real. That's important to know. They will not kill him for real. He's part of this shit. The same way they can stage that he got shot at his ear and then 5 days later it repairs itself, like Wolverine. And the same way they can also stage that he got killed. Easy. Till this day, I am not sure if Charlie Kirk is dead. I swear, till this day, I don't know. Bro got shot, he bled, and then the bleeding just stopped. One of the guys that was in the crowd with him went, took his chair, put the chair on the camera, basically below the camera that was filming the whole venue, takes out the tape of the camera and then just walks off as if there is no killer, no sniper, no nothing, just relaxed. Something ain't right, guys. Something ain't right. Yeah, Snake Eyes, I know. The guy is called also, I think, Kirk, right? And then there's a dude that assassinates him, but the person that is getting accused of assassinating him didn't actually do it. And yeah, Charles Kirkland. Yeah.
And they say, why should we trust you? You voted to protect pedophiles. That will be a mark on your record forever if you vote against our resolution when we force this vote.
The last time I had y'all on, you both predicted you'd get to 218 when some people were doubting that you actually would. Do you predict tonight that these files will ultimately be released by the Justice Department?
I do. How much? I don't know, but I do, because the American people are not letting this go. They are dialed in. And Epstein has become something even broader than justice for survivors. It's become a symbol for everything that's wrong in Washington. That if you have extreme wealth and you buy up a couple politicians, then you can have bankers who help you, then you can get deals that help you, and the rules don't apply to you even if you're raping underage girls. And that's unacceptable. That's the line Americans draw. Like, you can do a lot of bad things. You can't rape and abuse underage girls.
Congressman Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, thank you both for being here again tonight on such a big day for this.
Thank you.
And this person has told me from the start.
Okay, chat. Pattern recognition time. Person on the left interviewing person on the right about Epstein, a child sex trafficking operation that was entirely Jewish. She is wearing a Star of David. Now I am ready for the biggest bullshittery, gaslighting, lying, a piece of dog shit I will ever hear in my life. I never seen this video. Please, Jewish woman, go ahead.
Years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby. And that is what I believed, and that was what I reliably was told for many years. And it wasn't until we heard from Pam Bondi that they had tens of thousands of videos of alleged, forgive me, they used to call it kiddie porn, now they call it child sexual abuse material, on his computer, that for the first time I thought, oh no, he was an actual pedophile. I mean, only a pedophile gets off on young children abuse videos. She's never clarified it. I don't know whether it's true. I have to be honest. I don't really trust Pam Bondi's word on the Epstein matters anymore. Yeah, so I don't know what's true about him, but we have yet to see anybody come forward and say, I was I was under 10. I was under 14 when I first came within his purview. Look, you can say that's a distinction without a difference.
No, it's not.
I think there is a difference. Yeah. There's a difference between a 15-year-old and a...
This is exactly what I mean, bro. When I see this fucking star, I know I am gonna hear the biggest dog shit bullshit gaslighting ever. Was I right or was I wrong? Bro, you see the star, you know bullshit is gonna come. What is this fucking supposed to mean? He was not into children, just into 15-year-olds. He was not... Jeffrey Epstein, ladies and gentlemen, according to our Jewish brothers and sisters, is not a pedophile. He just likes them a bit younger. Fair enough. Ah, this is so disgusting. Oh my god.
Honestly, I'm so sick of this. Is Donald Trump's name in the Epstein files? Look, honestly, I'm so sick of this. First of all, as you know, President Trump and Elon Musk are fighting. I have a lot of respect for both of them and very thankful for what Elon did for purchasing X. Just so you know, President Trump's name was actually in the Epstein files going back to February. That's right. In February, they were there. And look, this idea that he's on the clients list or some nonsense, being in Palm Beach, of course you're going to be listed in a long document. He was once friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and then he kicked him out of his club for being creepy towards young girls.
So now Charlie Kirk wants to gaslight me into believing that Trump is not a pedophile and that he is against Epstein.
It's very important to note that all this online nonsense, just go and look back. President Trump's own administration released Epstein files back in February where his own name was mentioned, not as a criminal, not as doing anything wrong, in fact, for acting correctly and properly. You must separate fact from fiction on this. It's too bad Elon and Trump are fighting. In fact, I did an entire episode on this, an entire podcast on this that I hope you guys check out. But no, oh my goodness, Donald Trump's in the Epstein files. You know what? Maybe you should actually go read the Epstein files that are already publicly available. And yes, President Trump was mentioned in no...
I don't know how good you are at reading faces, but you know, every time he looks away is because he knows he's lying.
But no, oh my goodness, Donald Trump's in the Epstein files. You know what? Maybe you should actually go read the Epstein files that are already publicly available.
Damn, bro, you know you are lying. Shit.
And yes, President Trump was mentioned in...
because I can see those things very easy. He knows he's lying. Rest in peace, if you're dead.
Who hasn't barked.
Okay, breaking video. Democrats caught releasing doctored 15-year-old Epstein emails in a desperate attempt to frame President Trump. So he is always fighting basically for Trump, I noticed. And he also doesn't like it when people say that the Illuminati and the Freemasons are just Jews. Well, when you look into his life, you will find out that his ex-wife was Jewish and he is Jewish himself. That fucked me up when I found this out. When I found out that Alex Jones is Jewish, that fucked me up. Like, I remember the day when I found that out. That was so weird. Well, you can watch it regardless if you want, but bro, he's Jewish. What am I supposed to do with him? And this is not about like Nazism or anti-Semitism or whatnot, yeah? This is not about that. This is just about the fact that, okay, you have a Jewish child sex trafficking operation, and then receiving the infos from other Jews about that is just not worth it. Because you can't trust them, that's all. You can't trust them. Yeah, he is also Jewish. I have videos of him where someone rings on his show and basically explains the stuff that we know nowadays about Jewish people and stuff. And then he says, yeah, what do you want to do? You know what? I am Jewish. I am Jewish. There you go. Fuck you, this and that. He lost his shit. Yeah, he is Jewish. Some of the staff of InfoWars is also Jewish, yeah. This is also very easy to explain, by the way. Because of Alex Jones, it turns the frogs gay and shit. You can't take conspiracy theory serious because of the way he did it. He made it look laughable. And now, when other people talk about real shit, now they will make fun of you and maybe even say, yeah, what are you with Alex Jones? Right? So what they do is they put into the control system of the world about the narrative, they put like sometimes people that will say 3-4 things that are true in order to still tell you some lies to divert the attention. That is what he is being used for. Is just that he is like a last so the people that already are on this conspiracy shit, hopefully they go to Alex Jones so that he can still subvert the truth. You know, no matter how close you are to the truth, you should never believe any of these big people. Because they are all compromised. It's what it is. What shall I do? You think someone like Alex Jones is not part of this shit? He's just a bad actor.
Go ahead, free, fight censorship.
I mean, the ADL now is not even really pro-Israel because they understand this is about globalism. So I don't think the ADL represents Jews. There are a lot of good Jews. I've had Jews help me out with things. I mean, Bandot Video was designed by a guy from Israel, great guy. He didn't like us being censored, helped us build it. And then was like, here, it's done, have it. I mean, there's so many examples. I'm not going to have the ADL trick me into hating Jews because they make money off that.
Yeah. So basically, what he is saying here is they want to trick you into hating Jewish people, and that his website, Infowars.com, is actually created by a person in the IDF. The more you know, the more you know. Infowars.com. You want more of these things?
Go free.
I show you more, bro. Don't worry about it. You will never believe a single thing Alex Jones says anymore.
I think.
Okay. Film.
It's more sophisticated. Let's come back and talk about it.
Yes, well, even while we're talking, I mean, Israel, I just got another text message. I said we were going to break the news on Alex Jones' Infowars broadcast. They said one word. They said, great. They're thrilled we're going to break the news on Alex Jones' Infowars. And that comes directly from a source who's really above Mossad and the intelligence structure in Israel.
Yeah, so folks are really getting things raw here on air now.
Yeah, and so this is really, I mean, this is coming in as we're talking.
Yeah, so folks are really getting things raw here on air now. When in the 80s, I guess late 80s, my mom and dad had multiple discussions. And my dad would say, let's talk about it privately and stuff like that with my mom. So I never even heard all of it. He won't talk about it today, where the CIA tried to hire him, because I had some family that did stuff for the CIA. Oak AI image generator refused.
So coincidentally, his family and his own mom were in the CIA.
To create white people, period, says the existence of white people is bad, will not allow the image of a white person. And this is all run by the big banks. This is all programmed by a bunch of old white men. Larry Page, Sergey Brin.
So he is saying that this is actually done by other old white people, and then he mentions Jews. They are not white.
Larry Fink.
Larry
Eric
Fink
Schmidt.
is not white.
We do have an old white person problem.
We have an old white person problem. So he is instead... So this is how this works. I just want you to realize it. So you wake up to this shit. You know about 9/11. You get into knowing like Larry Fink and all these guys. Then you see Alex Jones. You be like, okay, let me educate myself further. He's in this for a long time. And then he is gonna tell you that the problem with these people is that they are old white people, not Jewish.
Me when I was offered the job at Warner Brothers that you need to know this town is run by a homosexual and Jewish mafia, and I believe.
Oh my gosh! All right, don't say that. All right, we got to wrap it up. No, be careful what you say on Infowars. Even here, we don't want them coming after us. Thank you, Luke.
But we'll go to Josh in Texas first. Thanks for calling in, Josh. You're on the air.
Hey, Harrison. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Now, before you guys cut me off, if you guys don't like to hear what I have to say, I just want to ask you guys a very simple Bible question. Since you guys seem to read the Bible, let me just ask you a very simple question. What was the one group that Jesus warned us about twice in the Bible? Do you guys know?
Synagogue of Satan?
There it is. Very well done. Now, if we understand and chase that frame of knowledge, we will all come to realize that the Zionists and the whole synagogue of Satan is behind all of this. You guys talk about the cabal. That comes from the Kabbalah. You guys talk about communism. That comes from Karl Marx, but his real name is Moses Mordecai Levy. You guys talk about the Illuminati. Adam Weishaupt, the founder, Jewish. Who was the family that funded the Illuminati? The Rothschilds, they were Jewish. Vanguard CEO, Mortimer Buckley, Jewish. BlackRock CEO, Larry Fink, Jewish. If you read the Protocols of Zion, it's all laid out. All this culture war, the sink in the economy, all the confusion of sexualism. This is all planned out in the Protocols of Zion. You guys really need to read that because that is just a blueprint for everything that is happening.
Poor guy, he is right with every single thing that he says, but the problem is these guys are not there to admit that these people are just Jews, you know? They will say Kabbalah and then ignore the fact that this word itself, it comes from the book Jewish mysticism Kabbalah. They just call it the Illuminati Kabbalah. Where does it come from? Who are the Illuminati at the top? Like, who are, like Adam Weishaupt? Who created the Church of Satan? It was a Jewish man. Who wrote the Satanic Bible? The son of the creator of the IDF. Boom. It's just unbelievable. But it's true, regardless.
This is why Joe Biden kneeled before the Israeli Prime Minister. This is why the Antichrist will be established on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. This is very common knowledge among us Freemasons. If you guys would just really read into the protocols and chase what Jesus said about the synagogue of Satan, you guys would fully come to understand that this isn't globalist. Not at all. These are Zionists. This is the synagogue of Satan who pretend to be Jews, who are not, who are the richest people in the world that Jesus warned us about in Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. This January 6th false flag, that was so textbook. And I'm laughing because you, like, Alex and Owen walked right into it. But if you guys would read the protocols, you would know that is just textbook false flag, just like they did with the Gulf of Tonkin, just like they did with World War I with the sinking of the Lusitania. It's all textbook. If you read the protocol.
So in World War One, you had the Warburg brothers, and they were Jewish, obviously. And in World War one of the brothers funded one side, the other brother funded the other side. Then they manufactured this war and they knew who is gonna win because they are supplying them with the weapons. If I am controlling the war, I also know who is gonna win. And then they made billions on the stock market because they knew what to do. Look into it, the Warburg brothers.
You know that the Jewish synagogue of Satan took over the NAACP, and their whole plan since 1903 was to create a culture war between the whites and the blacks to upset the American culture. And
this is also very real. This, like white versus black, they created this because the slave owners, they were not white, they were Jewish. There was a few slave owners that were white, but those were Freemasons. So in Freemasonry, obviously you have Gentiles, but they are not in the highest level because they can't. After some time, you need to be Jewish to advance, to get illuminated. You cannot get past 33 degree if you're not Jewish. So Shaquille O'Neal and LeBron James and fucking Usain Bolt and all these bastards, they are 33 degree. Now, they had the Atlantic slave trade. The ships were owned by Jewish people, and the white people that were helping them were only a few. Now, the interesting part about this is there was like a market. You know, imagine there is a market. You go there, and it's always on the same day, and then you bet on slaves. Like one guy says, I give 100 fucking gold. The other guy says, I give 200 gold. And the only days where the slave trade was having a break was on Jewish holidays, because on those days when they would do a slave trade, no one would show up, historically. But on Christian holidays, there was always a slave trade happening, because Christians were not slave owners.
To bring it down to its base, to take guns, to create sexual confusion, to have this insane culture war. If you guys would just promote that and wake people up to the real powers behind all this, there would be no confusion.
Don't you think that they try and weaponize that, though? Like, anytime you try and point out many of the facts that you're saying, they try and say that you're anti-Semitic or pointing to just this one people group. But what you're saying is that it's not all of the Jews. It's this particular group, correct?
Yeah, that's what the ADL was created for, Christy, because if people get too close to the real truth of the information, that's what the entire ADL was created for, so they can sue you into oblivion. They can't debate the facts. They can't debate that the whole idea of communism was written by a Jew himself, Moses Mordecai Levy. Karl Marx is not his real name. It's Moses Mordecai Levy. And that's why the ADL was created, to set up.
So when you look at this situation historically, Jewish people don't only change their names to not get like killed or something, because there is not always some sort of like Jewish Holocaust happening. But they do their criminal deeds and then they change their names, so you cannot point to the fact that they are Jewish. There is a reason why all these Jews change their names. For example, you look into the entire Israeli government and you will hardly find anyone with his own name, with his OG name. They all have different names. It goes so far that even the Eurovision Song Contest, Eden Golan also changed her name. They all do that. Even the guy that found America, he was fleeing from the Jewish expulsion in Spain, and he took like Jewish people with him, and he used like some sort of like calculations that they use for ships. It was with Jewish numbers, and his name was Columbus. So even the person that found America, so just pattern recognition now, yeah? So Columbus, which his real name is Colombo, he finds America, a Jewish homeland basically, for the people that are getting persecuted. And what happens afterwards is they genocide the native population. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? How come wherever they set foot, they genocide the native population and replace them? Happened in America, happens in Palestine. It happens all the time. And the countries that do this are indicated with a star on their flags. America has stars. They killed the native population. Europe has a star. They are killing the native population and replacing them. Israel has a star. They are killing the native population and replacing them.
A barrier, and this is what the Holocaust was all about. Holocaust means burnt sacrificial offering that comes from the Old Testament and the Torah. If we wake
Well-
people up to the Babylonian Talmud, if we wake people up to the protocols of Zion, if we wake people up to the true group behind this, they
Bro, Pakistan has a star. What is happening in Pakistan currently? The country is divided and there is a race war. They are trying to kill each other. Yes or no? What is in Israel? A race war. Pakistan is not exempt from this. Now, how did they do it with Pakistan and India, though? You got to understand, Winston Churchill was owned by the Rothschilds because he was a gambler and an addict, and he did their every bidding. So the Rothschilds had an interest of creating some sort of race war in India, in that region, and they genocided, I think, around 2 million people or free. I need to look it up again. It's like a long time ago I looked this up.
have brainwashed.
But yeah, they did this to you. So the Americans did this to Pakistan and India. That whole region is a war zone.
Everyone.
People say, quit covering up for Israel just because I cover all the big corrupt forces that are out there. I mean, are you saying, sir, that every evil in the New World Order is flowing out of Jews?
Yes, Alex Never Jew Jones, that's exactly what I'm saying. It is them every single time, every organized evil throughout all human history. And furthermore, the God of the Bible warned us in Judges 2 and elsewhere of all the curses that would befall us if we failed to keep his law, including that he would no longer drive out from among us Canaanites that became Edom, that then stole the...
So this is fucking the script, yeah? This is all I wanted to show. Obviously, I can show you also videos where he just says that he's Jewish, but I think this is enough. You know what I'm talking about now. So don't trust Alex Jones. That's all. I would say we did a very good stream. It was very fun. Unless you have a specific questions left, I would end the stream. Let me know. Any questions left, or shall we call it? W stream, thank you. It was fun. Thank you, thank you. Is Nick Fuentes clean? Bro, the thing is, I am friends with one of his friends, you know? I hope he is not mad when he hears about this, but I don't trust him anymore, no. Something ain't right. I can't put my finger on it. I don't trust him. What do you think? I hope he is real. You know, I hope he is not fake. Yeah, no one that is in the algorithm is clean, to be honest. For example, I got confused when he started to say Israel had nothing to do with the Charlie Kirk assassination. And he was calling us low IQ anti-Semites and stuff. He was basically gaslighting a lot during that time. Why did he do that? Something ain't right with him, right? Something ain't normal. You can't deny it. Who do you think they have clicked on? I think they have clicked on this. Yeah. Are you friends with the main man, Sui? No. I don't like him. He's a bot. Good night, boys.